Last night, but it was a Buffalo sighting in the 8th that broke a tie and propelled them to a much-needed win. Tonight's lineup geared up to start fast again and help Gio keep up his winning ways. Nats D-backs, Game 3 in a few. Honest. Nats got a lift last night. Now they're trying to take the advantage in this series with a 4th game tomorrow. That is not a pyramid on your right. We are in Washington, D.C. The Chia, yet to be grown, but Jason Worth is in left field. Had to be in the lineup tonight, right? The Nats are back well over 500. The Mets are throwing Matt Harvey down in Miami tonight. The things you can control are how you play against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Had a good night last night.
Yeah, good night last night. Good win last night. When the Diamondbacks came back and tied that at 3, the Nats had to win. They came through, and that's what they have to do if they want to win this thing.
And you were on the road trip. You don't have to have the lead to have your bullpen lock things down. You can be even in a ball game, even a little bit behind, and 3 guys did just that.
Well, the bullpen has been fantastic lately. When you talk about what they've done the last 10 games, MLB best 1.24 ERA, 25 strikeouts and 5 walks in that span, and a 160 average against. So now you're talking about 6-inning baseball games when you play this ball club. So if you have a lead after 6 with the way Casey Jansen's been pitching, Drew Storen has been incredible, Jonathan Papelbon with the resume at the back end, now you're shortening the length of the game. That's how Kansas City got to the World Series last year. That's how the Nats want to do it this year.
Papelbon getting his 2nd save as a Nat last night. So we turn kind of backwards from the bullpen to the starter, and tonight it's Gio. And when you look back now over his last half dozen starts, he's been the winningest pitcher on the staff. Yeah,
4-0 with a 1.51 ERA in his last 6 starts. He's getting some run support for the offense, so that bodes well. Warm night at Nats Park. You think the ball's going to fly here tonight, but he's been doing a nice job of keeping the ball down. Pitch count a little high last start against the Mets, but the stuff was good.
So the Nats at home, boisterous crowd. Danny Espinosa is in the lineup tonight. Playing shortstop, by the way. Rendon getting loose. Taylor's ready. And tonight at the ballpark, it's Chias and Gio. To you by PNC Bank for the achiever in you. Well, Well, Worth is back. We're looking forward to Denard Span. We've got definite beards in the ballpark tonight. There's the real thing heading out to left field, Jason Worth. On his Worth Chia night, the Nats. Game 3 against the D-backs. Been a sizzler in town today. 90 degrees at game time. Most of the field in shade. And that's a comfort to everybody except those in the right field corner. Humidity not too high though. Paul Goldschmidt having an odd streak. He has not been on base or had a hit in the last 4 games, but he's doing so much damage. The Nats have struck him out 5 out of 8 times in this series. Still leads the league in hitting at .335 with Bryce Harper right behind him. So they've got more of a right-handed presence against Gio tonight.
Yeah, last start against the Mets, got the no decision. Nats 2-1 loss. He went 4 2/3, gave up 1 run on 4 hits, struck out 6 Mets, also walked 405 pitches, fastball 92, curveball 78, changeup 84.
Ender Inciarte leads off. He's 2 for 8 in the series and 7 for 20 against the Nats this year. Lefty-lefty matchup. Escobar on the grass at third. Outfield around to the left. Here we go. Gio, 91, cutting its way to the outside edge. Underway at 7:06. Gio career 2-0 in 4 starts against the Diamondbacks. He'll handle the comebacker. He kind of came dancing off the mound and able to grab it over to Zimmerman for the first out on 2 pitches.
So the defense behind Gio tonight: Worth, Taylor, Harper, your outfield. Danny Espinosa getting the start at shortstop. Ian Desmond with the night off. Escobar at third, Rendon second, Zimmerman first, and Jose Lobaton, who has turned into Gio Gonzalez's personal catcher behind the plate. There's Danny getting the nod at short.
Ian Desmond the night off. In this series, Desmond 1 for 8. And a strike to A.J. Pollock, who's 1 for 7 with an RBI against the Nats here. Checks in at 302s, and his on-base percentage for a number 2 guy pretty solid at .356. Gabe Morales has the plate. Trip Gibson first base, Mark Carlson third, and game number 3001 for Brian Gorman, the crew chief. Up the middle, Gio spears that one. Then he throws it away, and Zimmerman saves it. So Gio is throwing to the plate much better than he's throwing to first base so far.
Yeah, the first one was in the dirt, and this one was over Ryan Zimmerman's head. Just kind of goosed it, took a little bit off it, and is having a good chuckle about it on the mound. So Gio Gonzalez 2 for 2 with hitters and 0 for 2 with his throws at first, but they're both outs. And that's why you always run them out, folks. Kids at home, you never know what's going to happen. You think comebacker, easy outs, but A.J. Pollock was hustling all the way. Good play by Zimmerman.
Yeah. Here's Goldschmidt. Gio right in the strike zone. Goldschmidt against Gio Gonzalez. 4 for 6 career with an RBI. Nats have stopped him big time in this series. Still one of the most dangerous hitters in baseball, and down around the cage a little while ago, Mark Grace told me this will happen to Goldschmidt for 4 or 5 games in a row, and then pitchers start paying a very dear price.
But where do they go next?
Yeah, let's look up and see who we're going to feel sorry for.
Hopefully those are the pitchers who are going to pay the price, and hopefully it's in the division.
Well, they're going home and they're playing Cincinnati. So go get them, Reds. One ball and 2 strikes. Been a crazy trip for the D-backs. Seattle, Miami, Washington. Gio couldn't get that one. Sliding, Rendon does, and then he sits down as the ball comes out of his glove, and he feigns a throw to second base. Goldschmidt looks like he has his first hit of this series.
Yeah, that's a base hit. And Gio Gonzalez almost fielded all 3 balls right back at him. So the Diamondbacks game plan obvious. Back up the middle. And did Gio have a chance at this? That would have been a good play. Good try by Anthony Rendon. Just couldn't come up with it. Goldschmidt runs well. I don't know if he had him if he fielded that.
Slight redirect, it appeared.
Well, I wanted to see him catch it just for the throw.
He might have run over and tried to tag the guy like Papelbon did last night.
Yeah.
Here's Wellington Castillo.
I'm waiting for Papelbon just to truck somebody when he does that. Just run right over into the dugout.
Runner goes, good jump, good throw. But that one was stolen on Gio Gonzalez by Paul Goldschmidt. We mentioned this earlier in the series. A big man who can run. He's now 18 for 22.
Yeah, just went first move, guess and go. Good throw by Lobaton, but Goldschmidt stole that base off Gio Gonzalez with the first move.
So Castillo now 2 balls 1 strike. Had a home run here Monday night. Castillo, last 8 games, 9 hits, 5 home runs, 6 batted in. He's come over to the Diamondbacks and made a big contribution.
Pair of changeups, both beauties back to back.
One ball, 2 strikes. Whistling fastball, didn't miss by much.
Gio Gonzalez had 3 steps back to his dugout. He thought the inning was over. Watch the reaction from Gio after you watch the pitch. Good frame by Lobaton. Looked like it caught the quarter on pitch track. Didn't get the call. Let's do it over again. When you take a close pitch as a hitter and you know it could have gone either way, you're usually very aggressive on the next pitch. Because you're playing with house money. You feel like you got away with one. So you almost always see guys swing after they take a close pitch with 2.
Castillo started the season with Seattle. 4 for 25, couple of RBIs in 6 games. Traded to Arizona in the Mark Trumbo deal. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Breaking ball got him looking. Couldn't pull the trigger.
Beauty.
So Gio fields his position well, gets a strikeout, and he has a hand in all 3 outs. The Nats will face Ruby De La Rosa. Look out, Bryce is big. Big crowd with the giveaway, and the Nats coming off a win last night, so we're just kind of working the crowd here, getting ready for the bottom of the first. Bryce Harper against the D-backs, 6 for 17 A lot of doubles and home runs. Doing that extra base hit thing. Bryce has 55 extra base hits on the year. Ruby De La Rosa didn't pitch that great against the Nats, but he got a lot of run support on May 12th, winning 14-6.
Okay, the no decision his last start on July 31st at Minute Maid Park against the Astros. Gave up 4 runs in 6 innings, struck out 4 Astros, walked 1 through 98 pitches. So fastball 94, he's got a good one. It'll have a little run to it, probably his best pitch. It's better when it's in the low 90s. That's when it has the most movement. Slider, change to go with it. Occasional curveball, doesn't throw it very often. And here we go.
Escobar in the series, 3 for 8 with a leadoff homer. Last night he was on base 3 times. Also a base hit and a base on balls last night. Looking for his first career hit against this right-hander. Jacks one to center. Going back, Pollock over his head. So Escobar doesn't go as far to center as he did last night, but he didn't miss by much, and it's a leadoff double. Hit number 116.
Well, that was so cool. You had the same view as Yunel Escobar had right there. The same view as Wellington Castillo. And a great shot from behind the plate. First pitch of the ball game. And you saw the tail on it, how it actually faded back over the other shoulder of A.J. Pollock. That's because he got inside the baseball. So stay hot, Yunel Escobar. First knock of the game for the Nats. There goes the no-hitter on a leadoff double.
How about 6 total bases in 2 leadoff at bats in the series?
I mean, not your prototypical leadoff hitter. He swings at the first pitch. He's going to start getting first pitch curveballs and changeups here in a minute.
Yeah. Anthony Rendon. Trying to keep him from hitting the ball to the right side. De La Rosa misses way inside, and there's why. Paul Goldschmidt at least 30 feet.
Well, I mean, you're showing that right there. Escobar's going to have to hustle on a hard hit ground ball to Goldschmidt. He's thinking about cutting down the runner at third based on where he's playing, and he can do it.
And a breaking ball outside.
So if Rendon hits one hard there, Escobar's got a good secondary. It's not just an advance on any ground ball to the right side based on where Goldschmidt's playing. You got to really be aware of that if you're standing on second and you get a good secondary lead and hustle on a ball to the right side.
Rendon 9 for 36 since his return. And they continue to go inside 3-0. And if De La Rosa walks this guy, he's really put himself in a first inning hole with Bryce Harper on deck.
You know who's really good at that, Carp, and you might have seen it a few times? Fernando Vina with the Cardinals. He used to play in double play depth with the runner on second base, nobody out, and actually try to throw the runner out at third, and he would do it from time to time.
Yeah, scrappy little second baseman. Started his career with Milwaukee. And a 4-pitch walk to Anthony Rendon in front of Bryce Harper.
Defense for the Diamondbacks tonight. Inciarte, Pollock, Tomas, the outfield. Ahmed Hill, left side. Owens, Goldschmidt, right side. And Wellington Castillo behind the plate.
Now Bryce, a chance to bust it open early. He had a double last night, his first time up after Escobar homered and Rendon singled. That really got the Nats on their way to that 3-run first inning. Harper against De La Rosa. 2 for 3. 1 hit a double, 1 hit a home run, 2 batted in. Took him deep at Chase Field this year on Tuesday, May 12th.
Check out this stat. Highest home run per fly ball rate in baseball. Ruby De La Rosa. 20% of his fly balls that he gives up leave the yard.
That's a lot. He's given up 24 overall. Interesting numbers. Brought to you by Jeep. Bryce's next one will be number 30. '89 outside, counts even 1-1. Well, ballpark kind of waiting in anticipation here. Situation early.
I'll tell you what, I know there was a giveaway tonight with the words Chia, but on a Wednesday night versus Diamondbacks, a team that you don't hear a lot about on the East Coast, to have a crowd like you have tonight here at Nats Park says a lot about Nats fans. I mean, this place is buzzing like it's a Friday night crowd from, about an hour before the game because they had to get here early for the Chia, but very impressive showing tonight from Nats fans on a Wednesday night. This place is rocking.
Yeah, some still coming down Half Street. We could have 35 or so tonight.
Jason, worse in the hole. He shouldn't be sitting in the stands.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Way outside to Bryce Harper. Patrick Corbin last night, 36 pitches in the first inning. And Bryce's numbers against his right-hander, De La Rosa, ready to throw his 10th pitch with 2 men aboard already. Career record for De La Rosa of 16-20. Big league time in the American League with Boston before the Diamondbacks picked him up. Dodgers before that, debuted in 2011. And Bryce, pretty good rip, slices it straight back. Watch him go down and get one in Arizona.
Yeah, this is the one where it was just pure strength. Was fooled, kept his hands back. His backside was in the Nats dugout. His barrel was in the strike zone. That's all that mattered. As he basically one-handed a ball. I guess you could say two-handed one out of there.
Yeah, Bryce had a double and a walk in that ball game. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He saw the off-speed diving. He took it. And a full count now with 2 men on already. Harper 75 walks on the year, 3rd in the league. Joey Votto 78, Paul Goldschmidt 83. And the entire at bat, Mercedes-Benz, almost everything away except for that last one.
Interesting how from team to team you see how they work Bryce Harper differently. The Mets pounded him in. The Diamondbacks are staying away.
That's outside. What an at-bat by Bryce Harper. Walk number 76, Ryan Zimmerman will be next.
Well, check out the whole at-bat. Why not? Bryce Harper, first time up tonight, gets a cutter slider thing, backdoor for strike 1, then everything away. You see the pattern, and that 96 just took off right there. Then he went with another slider, fastball right down the middle, but he went extra fastball at 97, slider down in, then he tries to go backdoor slider in a 3-2 count and walks Bryce Harper, and Ruby De La Rosa in trouble here in the first.
Last night Harper 8-pitch at bat leading to a double. Tonight 8-pitch at bat leading to a walk that loaded him up. And Ryan Zimmerman's 2 for 3 career against De La Rosa. He had a double and a single early against him in that game out in Arizona. Ryan 2 hits, a homer, 2 RBIs, 2 walks in this series so far.
I mean, just look at this lineup when they start to click. Zimmerman's still in spring training mode. We're still in spring training mode. Rendon starting to look like he's a little bit more right with his timing. But, right when you get done with Rendon, there's Harper. Right when you get done with Harper, there's Zimmerman. Right when you get done with Zimmerman, there's Worth. When these guys click, it's going to be fun to watch. Trust me on that. And they're getting close, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later. They just went through a stretch with a lot of their regulars hurt to get some of the best pitching in baseball, and that's going to equal a struggling offense every single time.
Zimmerman on an off-speed pitch pops it up. Castillo back to have a look. And no, it looked like it hit the screen on the way down before it made contact with his glove. And Escobar coming down the line to score, but time's out.
Escobar tagged and scored. That would have been the shortest sac fly in the history of baseball.
Chip Hale out to have a word with Gabe Morales, but it looked like it hit the screen on the way down.
I thought it hit the screen after he caught it. I thought he caught it fine and then pushed it into the screen. Watch, he catches it and then traps it against the screen. And that's a no catch. But just in case it was ruled a catch, Escobar tagged and scored.
Nobody was covering home.
Nobody was covering home, and Castillo was arguing. That would have been awesome.
Has there ever been a foul, sacrifice fly to the catcher before?
Nah, I don't know to the catcher. Maybe the catcher with the worst arm ever.
1-1. Zimmerman in the air to right. Yasmani Tomas in right field tonight. Escobar tagging. Tomas will airmail the cutoff man. And over to third base is Rendon after Escobar scores. Not sure what he had in mind with that throw.
Well, good job by Anthony Rendon tagging up and getting to third base with one out. Better job by Ryan Zimmerman to drive in the run. But watch Rendon. Heads up. He knows Escobar's going. And a good thing Bryce Harper stayed at first. He couldn't really read the height of that. You saw it was barely over Paul Goldschmidt's head. So Harper couldn't advance. He stayed at home. Nicely done by everybody on that play. Rally, Chiapet.
Jason Worth, 1 hit, 1 RBI in this series. 0 for 2 career. Actually 1 for 3 career against De La Rosa. Espinosa on deck 0 for 2, and Harper back easily. Jason didn't play the game Monday night. Last night, early fielder's choice ground ball. And then he later had a double. Looking for something to elevate here.
Well, the chia seed is supposed to be good for you from a health standpoint. So you would think that if you have 20,000 chia pets in the ballpark, times however many seeds are in each one of those packets, that it's got to bring good luck to you if you're Jason Worth, doesn't it? I went a long way for that, but I mean, I feel
I'm following.
I feel like it's got to, right? Oh, don't hit him into a double play. Then it's my fault. But there's got to be some magical chia power here tonight is what I'm trying to get to. And I did my chia pet today. I soaked it in water for an hour, smeared the seeds all over Jason's face, and I have a feeling it's going to look like Oscar Gamble more than Jason Worth, but we'll see how it turns out.
Right in there, I think with green hair, it's going to look like any number of musicians we've seen. So 1-2 with 1 out. Jason has hit safely 5 of 8 games since his return, 5 for 26. So third base Rendon advancing on the fly ball. Bryce Harper, who also drew a walk, still at first. Well, Worth has seen some pitches here. Doesn't mind hitting with 2 strikes. Got a fastball, and he goes to right field.
Chia power.
Rendon tagging. It's about to be 2-0. And then Harper's going to go to second. And another kind of, what is he thinking, throw from Yasmani Tomas, who had no chance at home. He just gave Bryce Harper second base.
I mean, that's what you just got to say. That's a sac fly. Nice at bat by Jason Worth. 2 strikes, get something to elevate. Same thing as Ryan Zimmerman. That score by Bryce Harper. You saw Jason Worth clapping his hands at first. Once again, nicely done by everybody involved.
5 first-run innings by the Nats in this series. Danny Espinosa gets the start at short tonight. He and Desmond a night off. And Espinosa 0 for 2 career with a walk against De La Rosa. Not many at-bats lately, but when Danny was still playing regularly, he had hit safely in 5 of his previous 6 games. And on base in all 6, that's out of play. Not by much. Came twisting back a bit. Some big crooked numbers. The Nats got 2 in the 8th last night, 3 in the 1st, 4 in the 9th inning Monday night.
And they're 25-6 when they score in the 1st inning. And Matt Williams has got his lucky 1st inning sweatband on again. Had 3 runs in it last night, 2 and counting here today.
Fastball outside. So 22 pitches tonight for Ruby De La Rosa. Strike 2.
Good at bat.
14th RBI.
2 strikes. He's still looking for something to go the other way with. Get in the air. De La Rosa fighting for that ground ball double play. Jason Worth would let him. Ryan Zimmerman same way.
Has Zimmerman his 38th batted in. Then Worth following that up nicely. Espinosa chops one, stays alive.
And they're making the opposition work. Pitch number 25 coming for De La Rosa already here in the 1st inning. They did the same thing last night with Corbin. You know, Escobar with the first pitch double. After that, it was Rendon with a good at bat. Harper same way. Zimmerman, Worth. Now Espinosa making them work.
98 pitches in 6 innings at Houston last time out. Working extremely slowly here, De La Rosa. Espinosa gets time from Gabe Morales. Danny's driven in 29 on the year.
Bottom hand came off. Did you see that? He just ended up with the bat in his left hand after the swing. Willie McGee used to do that about twice a game. It's hard to do. You don't see this very often. Watch the bottom hand of Espinosa come off, and he's just left with the top hand.
One ball, 2 strikes. And Danny just got himself with another one. Had one just barely flick off his foot about 3 pitches ago. So he'll walk that off, and Wellington Castillo will go to the mound.
See Schimberger here? Where'd he hit him? Oh, yeah. That's going to leave a mark. That is not going to feel good the rest of the night.
Nats with 2 switch hitters in the lineup tonight. Lobaton to follow here. So that gives them 3 left-handed bats against De La Rosa. That's inside, 2-2.
It's 28th pitch coming. And that's just wherever. Pretty good fight going on right here. De La Rosa's thinking, I've tried everything on this guy. Can't get him out. Slider in, fastball in, fastball away. 9th pitch coming.
2-2 pitch, big gap in right center. Espinosa pops one short left field. It's going to go to Ender Inciarte. But the Nats cash in again. 5 first-inning runs in this series. A 2-spot tonight for Gio. Both have RBIs. 2-0 Nationals. Ryan's 38th, Jason's 14th. Early game notes for you. The Nats have dominated the West since early May of last year, 15 of 19. Gio, well, he added another one tonight. A single but no runs given up first inning. And the Diamondbacks this year a +2 on the run differential coming in, actually including the runs now tonight. And they were -127 last year. Here comes Gio. 15 pitches, 11 strikes, first inning. Likes the West. They don't like him. Saw Aaron Hill summon the American League, and Hill 0 for 4 in this series, 4 for 16 career against the Nats left-hander. And Gio coming open on a couple of pitches, missing away. Yeah, start number 200, 206th career appearance. Then he wins 5 out of every 8 as a Nat. This year he's 8-4, and he's gone 3-0 to Aaron Hill. Low walked him on 4. Yasmani Tomas next. Don't miss U.S. Coast Guard Day, delivered by UPS. Tomorrow, August 6th, Nats D-backs. It's a 4:05 game, remember. Coast Guard Ceremonial Honor Guard Silent Drill Team will perform, and reps from the U.S. Coast Guard will deliver the first pitch and sing the national anthem and God Bless America. So we'll be patriotic here tomorrow. 202-675-NATS or Nationals.com. Join us for some late afternoon getaway day baseball. At least getaway for the Diamondbacks. The Nats will stay home and take on the Rockies this weekend. There's Yasmani Tomas. '24-year-old Cuban defector. Played for their World Baseball Classic team a couple of years ago and hit .375. That opened some eyes. 6-year, $65 million contract from the Diamondbacks. Gio, good breaking ball.
Good call by Jose Lobaton. Gio kind of losing his release point with the fastball. So what does Lobaton do? He tries to slow him down, get him on top and out front with the off-speed pitch, and maybe that helps his release point with his fastball. Good idea.
That's a good heater at 91.
And that's been the difference maker with Gio and Jose Lobaton. The low fastball and Lobaton catching the top of the ball and presenting it as a strike. It's given Gio confidence to throw below the strike zone, get a lot of ground ball outs, and help him relax a little bit. You see that sign right there? That's a throw over to first.
Aaron Hill back in there. Yasmani Tomas tied for the most on the team with A.J. Pollock, 12 double play ground balls. Most games he ever played in a season in Cuba, 81 at the professional level.
Well, he's not making his manager very happy so far in this game. He just almost hit him with a foul ball, and he missed the cutoff man twice. That ball was headed for Chip Hale.
One ball, two strikes. How much money will the Diamondbacks spend in future years? That's the big question about the ball club. Have a lot of young talent on the way. They've got Patrick Corbin back. They'll need pitching in the next year or two more than they have now. And a lot of people feel they've got the exact right guy in that dugout in Chip Hale. One ball, two strikes. Bouncing ball, but it's through, and it's a base hit. 2 on, nobody out.
Well, you'd think it'd be tough for a young manager in his first go around the big leagues to have Tony La Russa sitting up in a booth somewhere all night, kind of looking down on how you're doing as a skipper. But I talked to Chip Hale when the Nats were in Arizona, and he said, no, he's been nothing but fantastic with me. He never comes down after a game. They talk after wins all the time. He never comes down after a game and says, you should have done this or you should have done that. You know, he says he relates it to his own experiences. I'll say something like in 1998, a similar situation happened to me. This is what I did. And he said it's helped him so much as a young manager just to get a feel based on the stories that Tony La Russa tells him about his own experiences. I mean, it's got to be so valuable to have a guy like La Russa in any capacity around an organization. One of the best there ever was.
2,728 wins worth. On the grass, Escobar. No bunt shown by Chris Owings.
Another low pitch that Lobaton pulled up and got the call. Watch pitch track. Guarantee it's below the line.
Snapped it up for Gabe Morales to call it a strike.
And pitch track likes the low strike. It usually calls them too low, and if Lobaton can pull ones up below that line, that's saying something.
Fastball misses. Chris Owings in the series, 1 for 3, couple of RBIs. Started the ball game last night and had that big 2-run double 4th inning that tied the game. Nats were in control up to that point. Two and 1, 84 missing. Owings against Gio, 1 for 3 career. He's kind of worn out the Nats. 8 for 17 with 3 multi-hit games.
But ideally, you score 2 in the bottom of the first. You'd love to get your ball club right back in the dugout. Let's get our batting gloves on again. Let's get our helmets on. You got De La Rosa on the ropes.
And we welcome those of you in our Masson family joining us here at the ballpark. For the Nats and the Arizona Diamondbacks, Washington 2 in the bottom of the first. Diamondbacks threatening here. Orioles 7-3 winners in Oakland in a day game. When that ball slammed off the rock to the right, then it ricocheted right out to Gio Gonzalez and a loud foul ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, it was almost missing Dan instead of massing Dan. That was right at you, bro. Heads up. I had to say that louder, like I forgot his earpiece is in right now.
He did. First 2 runners aboard here. Gio a step off. Right in there. 79. Owings freezing. Couldn't pull the trigger. And a huge second strikeout for Gio tonight.
Yeah, the curveball for a strike tonight from Gio Gonzalez. You see all the low pitches. Look at pitch track. Everything below the zone. So those aren't bad misses for Gio. And that's a good curveball from Gonzalez. His second strikeout looking with that curveball. Wellington Castillo to end the first. And now Chris Owings here for the first out in the second. Good pitch.
Here's the shortstop, Nick Ahmed. A 4-hit night Monday, including a home run. 0 for 3 with a walk last night.
Always think tempo is important for a pitcher. And we've said the reasons why it keeps the defense in the game. When is it the most important? When you score on offense. You want your pitcher to get out there, get the ball, pound the strike zone, get you right back in the dugout. That's when I think tempo and pace is most valuable after your ball club scores.
Gio sporting some swing and miss off-speed stuff right there. Good changeup. Counts even 1-1. Pitcher on deck. $18 pitches already in this second inning. This may surprise you, Nats fans. Since the 3rd week of June, look who's unbeaten. And look at the earned run average. So Gio's gone from 4-4 to 8-4 in that stretch. Opponent's batting average coming down. It was over 300 for a while. In the 270 range now. 1-2 pitch. Spins another breaking ball, and that's over the head of Andy Green, the third base coach. This inning started with a walk to Aaron Hill. That was on 4 pitches. Yasmani Tomas, pretty good battle. Singled through the whole left side of the infield. They stayed as Chris Owings was called out on strikes. 1-2 now to Nick Ahmed, the shortstop. 6 for his last 11. Right by him with 93, 2 down. Gio's last 3 outs have been on strikeouts.
There's a lot to like so far from Gio Gonzalez. Keeping the ball down. The glove side fastball, the inside fastball to right-handers, the curveball for a strike, the changeup has been good. But I still think back to when he won 21 games, it was all about the fastball into right-handers. It was something he established early in the count, made him aware of strike 1 in, and then would go to the curveball and then elevate the fastball late in the count. That's when he's at his best. Fastball, curveball, pounding the zone with both.
Goes to work now against Ruby De La Rosa, who has 4 hits and 45 at-bats this year.
And just a touch wild also with both of those pitches.
Making things uncomfortable for those facing him. Great breaking ball, strike 2. Kind of a choppy swing by the pitcher. 2 comebackers and 4 strikeouts. So Gio has made the only 2 assists of the night, and he is fan 4, getting out of that jam. So it took a while, but he does get at least the 0 shutdown inning. First of all, Owings. Ahmed De La Rosa. Good night.
Escobar, first pitch he saw, leadoff double. There goes a no-hitter. And then 3 hitters later, Ryan Zimmerman, sac fly to right field, professional hitter. And then Jason Worth with 2 strikes, sac fly to right field, professional hitter. Guys that know how to drive in runs, not trying to do too much. Offensive execution, 2-0 Nats.
6 of them bat in the first inning, 29 pitches for Ruby De La Rosa, and it'll be Lobaton, Taylor, and Gio Gonzalez. Jose Lobaton at 204, about 10 points higher, left-handed. That's pitch number 30 with 17 strikes.
Police helicopter right over the field. They're looking for you, Carp. He's right here.
I swear I parked between the lines.
Right here.
I know I did. My car's right next to Jaglers. 1 ball, 1 strike. Off speed, a beautiful changeup. Look at the look. One ball, 2 strikes. Way inside. They are in the top of the 3rd at Miami. Mets, Marlins scoreless. Matt Harvey and David Phelps pitching tonight. Mets have won 5 in a row. They lead the Nats by a game. And Lobaton lifting one left field way for Ender Inciarte.
It's time for you to tweet your strongest, strangest, weirdest fan photo using hashtag NatsCouchCam, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. That's brought to you by T-Mobile. No more Worth Chia promos. I don't know what to do. There's some Worth fans at their T-Mobile phones. Hashtag NatsCouchCam.
Nasty slider to Michael A. Taylor.
The Nats could do a Danny Espinosa, Fu Manchu Chia Pet next year, but it would have to grow right in front of you.
Yeah, and it would have to grow under a cowboy hat.
Yeah, it just have to grow. As you're sitting in the stands and you smear the seeds on it, it's got to grow right there.
That quick, huh?
Yeah, and then you shave it, and by the 5th inning, it grows right back. Oh, man, I want to see it.
Michael A. Taylor in the series, 3 for 8, 2 RBIs.
Fu Manchia.
Well, Danny getting a first inning at bat Fly ball to left to start his night. Playing, for those of you who joined us late, at short, his natural position going back to his college days at Long Beach State, with Ian Desmond getting a night off. Close, and a fastball missing, up and away. 2-2 to Taylor with Gio Gonzalez on deck. Nats knocked him around on May 12th. De La Rosa gave up 8 hits, 4 runs in 7 innings. A Bryce Harper homer, but that was the night Steven Strasburg had a whole bunch of problems with the Arizona offense. And after Mark Trumbo hit a 3-run homer for the 8th run against Steven, he was out of the game in the 4th inning. Bryce had a good series out there. Michael A. Taylor hit the game-winning grand slam in the getaway day game on Wednesday before the Nats headed on to San Diego. 2-2, and Taylor victimized by that slider again. That's been the pitch to get him lately.
They'll give me some fireworks on Friday, August 7th. Nats take on the Rockies, 7:05 start. That's presented by Kellogg's. Freedom Fireworks Night. You can enjoy a performance by the United States Navy Ceremonial Guard Drill Team. That's going to kick off the fireworks. Purchase your tickets. Go to nationals.com.
Ryan cannot wait. Good crowd tonight. Guessing in the 33 to 35,000 range. Here's Gio, 2 for 24 on the year.
Yeah, there's 2 things I'm not guessing with you on. That's attendance in north, south, east, and west. You're a human GPS, and you always know how many people are in the ballpark. So you win. I just
it's like
say
a gimme putt. I'll take it.
They're just lots. The crowd tonight is lots.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Pitchers spinning nasty breaking balls at each other tonight. Gio did it to Ruby. Just got one himself. Then he gets jammed by a heater, hits it out to right center, and making the call early was Yasmani Tomas. So each team has gone exactly through the lineup once, and it's 2-0 Washington.
Nationals Park. So how do the players go about trying to combat the heat and stay hydrated on these toasty days in D.C. or wherever they're playing? Well, some after batting practice will hop in the cold tub to try and get their body temperature down. The Nats also have electrolyte tablets for all the players, but some will drink lots of Pedialyte, which is typically a drink for babies, but athletes have started drinking it to replenish electrolytes and salt that they lose when they sweat. It's apparently better than most sports drinks in that regard. some players like Wilson Ramos will get an IV before the game. Ramos tells me that he sweats a lot under his pads during hot games. So he typically gets an IV before the game to make sure that he's hydrated. And trainer Lee Kuntz told me that he tells his players all the time it's important to hydrate during a game, but more important to get fluids the night before a game. He preaches that to his players all the time. Down whatever sports drink you choose before going to bed. That'll help you a lot more than the day of.
All right, Dan, thanks. That's our Coons.com sideline report. When you're talking cars, you're talking Coons.
Perfect segue for a Miller Lite promo. It's what you don't want to drink before a game, the night before. You know, historically, when you went down to play the Marlins at the old ballpark, you'd see guys cramp up, you'd see guys pull muscles, and that was because of the loss of fluids. So whenever you played the Marlins, you really had to hydrate the night before on the plane flying in. And I think it's important on airplanes to drink a lot of water because you can get dehydrated when you travel as a ball player. So all that stuff Dan's talking about, plus the IVs are big nowadays.
Inside out swing, strike 2 on the foul. So all you road warriors out there who travel a lot, fly a lot, keep that in mind yourself this time of the year. One ball, 2 strikes, and he goes down and away. Espinosa on the charge. Quick exchange. Safe. The call from Trip Gibson on a very close play with Inciarte screaming down the line.
Randy Dorn in the background on the phone. Matt Williams holds his hand up. Very close play at first base. Tough to tell from up here. We'll show it to you in a second. We'll all watch it together.
Nats won a challenge.
Matt gave the headphone sign. That's a new one. Look at Espinosa coming to get this, making the play. Great play by Danny Espinosa on the run. Sidearm sling. Charged it nicely. Got something on the throw. And survey says, tough to tell from that angle where it hits Ryan Zimmerman's glove. This should be a little bit better. I can't tell.
So the umpire who made the call, Trip Gibson, the youngest of the crew, will go with Brian Gorman, the crew chief. That's Brian on your right. I went down to the umpire's room about an hour before the game tonight and gave Brian a copy of the score sheet from last night. And I asked him, you were on the scoreboard. The crowd was cheering for you and you didn't move a muscle. He said, I didn't know what to do. I've never been cheered at a ballpark before.
Great story, Bob.
And he said, you know, we get booed. We don't know what to do. And he was very humble about it. And it was great for Mark Carlson, Trip Gibson, and Gabe Morales the way they saluted the senior member of their crew. 33rd year.
Yeah, that's a great story. And that was nice of you to go down there and give him a scorecard. Well done.
And I know you've been to the umpire's room before.
Yeah.
I think it was the day after an umpire got injured. You went down to check on him earlier this year. We should do that more because they're terrific guys. And you talk about road warriors.
Yeah.
They never have a 10-game homestand.
They don't. Did you slip them a little something like, hey, here's a...
I didn't think the second base umpire could affect the game that much.
Here's a little something for tonight.
No, but I can tell you, and I don't think they'd mind me saying this, they were eating some hot wings before this one tonight.
Nice.
Getting ready.
I have Inciarte safe, just for the record.
Okay. It's taken a while.
There's not enough to overturn it unless they're looking at a different angle than we have, which could be the case.
A long phone call here to area code 212.
So crew A in New York is Jim Joyce's crew. Crew B in New York is Jerry Neal's crew. There's 2 crews that are always in New York at the same time. So there's 8 umpires: Jim Joyce, Greg Gibson, Sam Holbert, Clint Fagan, Jerry Meals, Paul Emmel, Andy Fletcher, and Todd Tishner, all in New York, having a replay party as we speak, and is killing the tempo of this game like it was good to start with.
Well, Gio just kind of squatting and waiting behind the mound. He's throwing some warm-up, or actually keep warm tosses.
This is where the whole process loses me. I'm sorry. This is not the baseball that I grew up with. This is awful. You have almost 40,000 fans sitting around watching two umpires with headsets on. That's not what they came to see.
That was well played by Danny Espinosa, quick on the hands. His hands turning double plays at second base and the arm both coming into play there. Now Gio will go have a chat with Escobar. Here come the headsets. Runner is safe after all that. Ender Inciarte, third hit of the series, and he's aboard leading off the third. Kind of advancing that thing frame by frame.
I mean, he beat it. And now we play baseball.
If you're keeping track, the Nats are 7-17 on challenges this year. The hitter is A.J. Pollock. He hit a sharp one hopper that Gio picked off first time, threw him out at first. These are the guys who've been setting the table for Paul Goldschmidt and his 77 RBIs. Inciarte 10 steals, but he's been caught 6 times. Pardon me, 7 of 17 for the Nats on the challenges. 7 overturned, 10 not so. And both pitchers working slowly. And of course the challenge took the air out of this third inning. Gio missing, and it's 2-0. Matt Williams looks like he wants to field a double play ground ball. Escobar even with the bag at third. Espinosa, Rendon up the middle, and there's one right to Danny. Anthony turns it, high throw, and Zimmerman not able to tag the runner flashing by. So they got the 6-4, and that's it for the first out.
That's a good trade of runners for the Diamondbacks. They just traded 10 stolen bases for 23. And what looked like a double play, the feed maybe a little bit behind Anthony Rendon, and that broke his rhythm. He was anticipating the ball being in front of him and to come across the bag, but because the ball was behind him, it stopped his momentum cold. Didn't get his feet underneath him to turn it. So two guys that really haven't worked a whole lot with each other out there.
Here's Goldschmidt, singled up the middle off the glove of Rendon first time up, and he taps one foul. So Paul Goldschmidt in this series 1 for 9. He just broke a 4-game hitless streak. That ball hooked into left field. So Goldschmidt 2 for 2. Came in leading the league at .335. Now the Nats deal with Wellington Castillo, who's been swinging a hot power bat, but Gio struck him out looking first time up. By the way, the Mets just dropped a 4 spot on the Marlins in the top of the third. 4-0 New York. And the ball popped into short right center. That's going to fall. Taylor in to grab it, and the bases are loaded with one out. Gio got in on Castillo's hands.
Well, just perfectly placed by Wellington Castillo, and a good read by Paul Goldschmidt. You know, when you talk to the Diamondbacks, they talk about what a complete player Goldschmidt is, whether he's fielding at first base or running the bases. Look how far he advances right here, and he's watching the ball and the fielder. You remember the other night with Yunel Escobar, he just turned his back to the plate. He took his eyes off the ball and just watched the fielders. Couldn't really tell where it was going to land, didn't advance. Goldschmidt did a nice job of watching the ball, watching the fielder, watching the ball right there to get to second.
Here's Aaron Hill. Contact guy, occasional pop this year. And he might have gone. It might have been a called strike. 93 near that edge. Gio walked him first time up, leading off to second. That ball bouncing well out in front, and a very good block by Jose Lobaton.
That might have got his skin. Did that get his forearm, left forearm? No. Chest protector. Nice job of keeping it in front, pouncing on it. He did get his arm.
Third base Pollock, second base Goldschmidt, and first base Castillo. Diamondbacks fell behind 3-0 last night, came back to tie. 2-0 Nats right here. Aaron Hill late, and it's strike two.
The first two strikeouts for Gio tonight were via the curveball backdoor variety. First to Castillo and then to Chris Owens. See if he goes to it again here with Hill. Strikeout situation. He'll take the grounder, but he's in a 1-2 count. He'd love the strikeout too.
Fly ball to center. Pretty well hit. Taylor back. Scoring easily will be Pollock. And then the runner at second trying to scramble back. Goldschmidt couldn't tag. And the Diamondbacks have cut the lead in half. That's Aaron Hill's 25th RBI. So all the runs in this game on sacrifice flies.
And he's Chip Hale saying good job, way to swing it. Nice piece of hitting by Aaron Hill. Another guy that's a veteran that knows how to drive in runs. Good at bat.
Next up is the right fielder Yasmani Tomas. He bounced one cleanly into left field after a long battle with Gio. First time up.
And what's knowing how to drive in runs? It's more of a mindset. You've been there, you've done it. You know the pressure's on the pitcher, not on yourself. You think about letting the ball travel, keeping your front side closed, using the middle of the diamond, the big part of the ballpark. Younger players get excited in those situations, don't really realize the pressure's on the pitcher. They'll chase stuff in the dirt. That's why you see veteran pitchers in big situations go to their soft stuff to take advantage of adrenaline. But a slow pulse with a veteran player and thinking about the big part of the ballpark and knowing the pressures on the pitcher is how you drive in runs.
Swing and a miss. Gio got ahead 0-2. Buried one. Lobaton throws out Tomas. And the damage minimized to have bases loaded, one out. Our Honda duo, Yunel Escobar. Some heavy hitting in this series. First inning homer last night. First inning double tonight. And in the series, at least the last two games, 3 extra base hits.
Tell you what a second baseman's thinking about right here when you get the ground ball. At the highest level, you're anticipating, and it doesn't always happen, the throw to be in front of the bag. So you kind of circle in like this, and you want your momentum to be going toward first base as you get the throw. But because the throw is back here, now Rendon's momentum is going away from the play, and now he's blind to the runner. He doesn't know where the runner is, and he can't come across the bag and keep the rhythm that he had going to the bag. So, I mean, at the lower levels, you get there quick, you anticipate a bad throw as a second baseman. But at the highest level, right or wrong, you're always anticipating that ball being exactly where you want it because, you know, it's the big leagues. That one a little bit behind Rendon. It happens when you don't play shortstop for a while. I'm not getting on Danny Espinosa at all. It's just that's why the double play wasn't turned. The throw just a little bit behind Anthony Rendon.
Who will bat after Escobar here? Bottom of the third inning. And it struck me while watching that replay and then thinking about the catch Ryan Zimmerman made on the Gio throw in the first inning. He's a pretty prototypical first baseman now, Ryan Zimmerman, at 6'3". He can get upstairs and get back down to the bag. 2-0 pitch. That's a pretty good slider on 2 balls, no strikes. Hitters just don't see 2-0, 3-1 fastballs like they used to. Ruby De La Rosa, first 2 innings, 45 pitches, 28 strikes. Another breaking ball, counts even. For the Achiever and you, PNC Bank with our minor league report. We know Wilmer Defoe very well. He's at Harrisburg right now. So last couple of ball games, wow, 9 hits in 2 games, running wild. Hitting a very solid 283 at the AA level.
Locked in.
Like him a lot. Slick fielding infielder with speed, switch hitter. And then Escobar, after getting ahead 2-0, saw 3 straight hooks from Ruby De La Rosa. That's his second strikeout. Anthony Rendon drew the walk after the Escobar double first inning. That led to Harper's walk loading the bases and 2 sac flies. First pitch fastball, but it was 96 away.
Just missed. Good take by Rendon. That could have went either way.
Yeah, that was throwing one away.
I mean, he hasn't been getting that call all night. What? A borderline pitch goes Rendon's way. Good take. A lot of umps call that a strike, Carp. Believe it or not.
Got to be tough to hit.
You know, to talk about the robo-umps now?
Yeah, I saw Eric Burns' piece when you and I were watching MLB yesterday, huh?
What do you think?
I don't like it.
I don't either.
I think we are years and years away from that. You know, whatever level, okay, but not here, please.
I mean, what do you just put like a watch and it buzzes if it's a strike?
Look at that at bat by Rendon. Remember how far Goldschmidt's been playing him off the line. Yasmani Tomas covered serious ground to pick that up in the corner, keeping Anthony Rendon to a base hit.
Well, nice swing by Rendon. And a beautiful swing by Rendon. Short, compact. And a foot down early, head to the base. That's just picture perfect right there. Beautiful swing. I was thinking he might go for 2 on this. Ball down the corner. Usually see the speedy Rendon try to stretch this into a double, and especially with the outfielder going away from it, but decided against it.
Here's Bryce. He drew his 76th walk of the year. First time up. Loaded the bases with nobody out in the first.
Maybe he knew who was hitting behind him. I don't know if it's to that stage yet, but Rich Aurilia with the Giants used to pull up at first base with Barry Bonds hitting behind him. and sacrifice doubles for singles so that the opponent had to pitch to Barry Bonds.
That's a good thought, even in the third inning of a game. High in the zone, counts even 1-1. Mercedes-Benz will track one upstairs. Generous call. Interesting. Gabe Morales behind the plate tonight. Remember when the Nats hit against Ruby De La Rosa on May 12th, he had to come in and ump home plate when Kerwin Danley got knocked out in the second inning. Good young umpire. 2 balls, 1 strike.
We got to keep you out of the umpire's clubhouse. You go down there once and you're in love with all these guys all of a sudden. Greatest umpire ever. I mean, you get down there, give him
I just said he was a good umpire. No, I looked at Gabe. I said, wait a minute. You had to do so-and-so during a game. He said, yeah, that was in Arizona.
I remember that.
I didn't remember when, but he did.
Kerwin Danley sure didn't remember when.
Oh, man, did he get rocked. Hope he's okay still. 3-1 pitch. Harper eager, turning on one into the Nats dugout. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Fastest to 30 in the history of the franchise. Alfonso Soriano's 40-40 season in 06. How about that? July 18th, right after the All-Star break. Adam Dunn took him a little longer, and of course August 6th is tomorrow. So Bryce could be alone second fastest with a long one tonight.
That was a life-size figure of Adam Dunn, by the way.
He was huge.
Maybe enlarge Soriano a little bit.
And Bryce jammed just enough out to left center. Nick Ahmed will peel off so Inciarte can make the play, 2 outs. Adam Dunn, the only guy I ever knew who liked being called the Big Donkey. Boy, could he hit him. He was hitting upper deck home runs in right field here before anybody.
The trajectory of his home runs, they looked like pop-ups to second base, and they would be in the upper deck.
Yeah, he was kind of a left-handed McGuire in that respect, Mark. Hit a lot of towering home runs. A couple of towering fly balls got the Nats a lead in the first inning. Zimmerman and Worth. So Ryan collecting his 38th RBI and his 3rd of this series. 2 for 6, 2 walks, a homer, 2 batted in against the D-backs. Counts even, 1-1.
Good count to run on if Rendon's feeling it.
A lot of room on that side. He hopped off the bag but didn't go until contact, and that's strike 2.
Oh, nice job right there by Aaron Hill, running that baseball right over to a young fan and handing it to him. Didn't flip it in the stands, ran it right to the kid and put it. I mean, you gotta love stuff like this, right? He just didn't flip it up there for somebody to fight over. He walks over, and now he's got a fan for life. That's
Very
good
cool
stuff.
Aaron Hill, that kid's 2nd favorite player now. Well, maybe further down the list. He
maybe first.
Probably likes Bryce and a bunch of other Nats. Cool. De La Rosa career against the Nats, just that 1 start this year. 7 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, but a ton of run support. At the time, that was his 4th win. He was 4-2. He's 8-5 now. 22nd start. Gives up a lot of home runs, 24. And Ryan fouls one.
Boy, he got away with the cement mixer right there. 90 right down the middle, belt high. Ryan Zimmerman wants another try at that same pitch.
That's the third highest home run total given up in the league. Kyle Kendrick of the Rockies. No wonder there. 26. Kyle Loesch of Milwaukee. 25. Zimmerman, that ball hit him in the foot.
It never hits the guard, does it? At least it seems that way, right? Right off the big toe.
Now Ryan has big toe fasciitis. That left foot has been the problem foot for him.
His feet are having a tough year. Look like De La Rosa is looking at a blister on his finger. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He is not in a hurry. I know that.
Wow. Zimmerman out to short. That took a nice big hop for Nick Ahmed. And the Nats are gone in the bottom of the third. They've stranded a couple. This ball game into the middle innings already. 2-1 Washington. Long night for a couple of pitchers here so far. Gio 57 through 3. De La Rosa 68 through his 3 innings. 7-8-9 for the Diamondbacks, and here's Chris Owings against Gio Gonzalez. He bunts it, but it's right back to Gio, hoping for a bad throw. But wow, Ryan Zimmerman digs out a low one that was right into the runner's feet for the first out.
Well, that could have been ugly. Ryan Zimmerman had to reach right into Chris Owings coming at him, and Gio Gonzalez has had a rough time tonight throwing the baseball to first, and we've never seen that before from Gio. Maybe thinking about it now. Watch this throw. Nice play by Ryan. Grabbed it, got out of the way, and that could have been disastrous. Just gets out of the way. For a guy that's maybe made that play right there less than 5 times. That's, if ever. That was nice.
Yeah, Ryan told me in Miami last week one of the best things about coming back was putting on the glove and getting out there and playing some defense. He misses that as just about as much as anything. He's done so well over there this year. He's only made 2 errors. Here's the shortstop, Nick Ahmed, a very good glove man himself. They love this guy, and Kirk Gibson's, rather not Kirk Gibson, pardon me, Mark Grace today said around the cage, if they can get this kid to hit 240, 250 or 60, they're going to have a shortstop for a long, long time. And he said, if he doesn't, he's still going to play great defense for us. I think there's a lot to like about the Arizona organization. You mentioned Tony La Russa. Dave Stewart's their VP and GM. He was a big game pitcher. Some of their consultants are guys like Randy Johnson and Luis Gonzalez. Luis is here doing radio for the series. Tom Candiotti has a couple of days off. They got a lot of good people and a bright future. 2 outs.
Don't forget Brian Manetti, too. Be sure to text Masson's Word of the Day highlights to 29292 for your chance to win a meet and greet with Anthony Rendon and a $25 Hair Cuttery gift card. That is brought to you by Hair Cuttery, home of the Smile Back Guarantee. No small print, just big smiles.
I'm glad you mentioned Brian Manetti. He's here. He was with the Nats for 5 years, one of Mike Rizzo's top guys. And he's assistant GM over there. Little tapper right side. Ryan Zimmerman off the bat of the pitcher, De La Rosa. And that is a quick inning that Gio Gonzalez really needed. Worth Espinosa and Lobaton coming up. 2-1 Washington. Calvin, George, where are Teddy and Abe? It's a 4-man race.
Oh, I think you're going to like this one.
Teddy waiting in a magician's outfit.
He magically made Abe appear. Check it out. He's got his Chia pet working. It's Chia Abe for the W.
Some of those might still be attached by the time he gets to the finish line. Some cleanup on aisle right field corner. So we're going to the bottom of the 4th inning. Earlier today, Steven Strasburg throwing in the bullpen. Coming off a couple of rehab assignments. His last one, 11 strikeouts for Syracuse.
You have a feeling he's going to come back throwing a million. And that's a great sight. Denard Span hitting, Denard Span spanning. Looking forward to his return in a big way. And Steven Strasburg.
Here's Worth, sac fly first time. Denard said it's been a little weird because with the back, a lot of things he hasn't been able to do, including lifting weights a whole lot. He said, I haven't had the same appetite. I've lost 7 pounds during the last couple of weeks. And he will be fresh and ready to go. Slim down just a bit. Here's a great stat handed to me by our stat guy, Carter. 68 pitches to the first 13 Nat batters tonight, averaging 5.2 pitches per at bat. So Carter Myers with a gem right there.
Thanks, stat guy Carter.
Yeah, and we thank the future mayor of Harrisonburg, Virginia, for that. That'll be his retirement job. And Wirth is out, leading off the bottom of the 4th.
Food drive. You don't drive the food, you bring the food to the ballpark because the food doesn't have tires or steering wheel. That's presented by Harris Teeter. Nationals Park, August 8th and 9th. Nats take on the Rockies. Bring your non-perishable food items to center field gate through the 2nd inning. If you donate at least 3 items, you'll receive 2 tickets to a future Nats home game. That's while supplies last.
Great work in the community and some baseball to go with it. Danny Espinosa looking to drag one down the first baseline with him. Kind of interesting when you consider the Nats have 2 hits total tonight. They got those 2 first-inning runs on a hit by Escobar, game-leading double, lead-off double, 2 walks, a couple of sac flies, and then Anthony Rendon's hit last inning, the only other one.
You soak it for an hour in water, and then you put the seeds, a 1/4 cup of water in the seeds. You let those sit for an hour, and then you smear it all over his chest. Don't put it anywhere else. It actually has grooves in it to hold the seeds, and then you put it in a sunny place. You put it back in the tray that you make the seeds in. It's really easy. If I can do it, anybody can do it. Seriously.
How's yours coming along?
It died. It hasn't grown yet, but I'm not anticipating that it will.
Okay. Keep us posted. Espinosa fly ball to left, first time up. And this one fouled straight back. Great crowd at the ballpark tonight, well over 30,000. Nats are averaging 33,744. That's 5th out of 15 National League clubs. Late for 96. De La Rosa, 3rd strikeout. Jose Lobaton coming in. Dan has more.
Bob, with Wilson Ramos healthy this season, Jose Lobaton hasn't gotten a ton of playing time, but he has seen more action of late. This is his 5th start in the Nats' last 11 games, and he has a hit in each of the previous 4. He told me that obviously the increased playing time is helping him out timing-wise. He's feeling a little better at the plate, even though the numbers haven't shown it. And remember, he hit .292 in the 2nd half last season. He'd love to get hot and try and duplicate those numbers again this year.
Yeah, ended up at .234 after a slow start. And if you go a little bit beyond the halfway point that Dan mentioned, after the All-Star break, he hit 1 click under 300. Number 7 hitter tonight, Taylor on deck. And De La Rosa with 78 missing up and away.
Well, he has the luxury of knowing that he's going to play at least once every 5 days because he's catching Gio now. So, you know, as a backup guy, you remember Wilson Ramos was an Iron Man a couple years ago. He wasn't coming out of the lineup. I think he had caught all those games in a row. It was like the 2nd longest streak in baseball for a catcher. So, you know, Jose Lobaton wasn't getting much time. But now, if you're Gio Gonzalez's personal catcher, you know, you're going to play. And as a hitter, once every 5 days is good enough to keep your rhythm and your timing. It's when you start sitting 7, 10 days that it's rough. Buffalo trimming his hooves.
Wilson, not a lot of hits lately, but he keeps driving in runs. He's up to 45. Lobatone has 11 of his own. So you'll take 56 RBIs from your catchers 2/3 of the way through the season. Pretty solid number. Nats 2-1 here, 4th inning. Mets 7-0 5th inning at Miami. Their offense has come alive. And look at Aaron Hill to his right.
What a play.
Keeping that ball out of the left field corner. Good karma for him. Gave a ball to that little guy last inning. Makes a fabulous play. Limps a little bit on his way into the dugout. That ball was seemingly by him.
One right here, curveball. Thanks for coming. Another curveball, thanks for coming. How about a fastball right here? Past Nick Ahmed, then another two-seam fastball. Saw that one sink, and a curveball in the dirt. Yasmani Tomas, Gio Gonzalez got the good stuff going here tonight. Now it's time for Toyota Keys for Kids. Washington area Toyota dealers want to help children and their families by making a donation of $37 to the Children's Inn at NIH for every strikeout by a Nats pitcher this season.
Ender Inciarte, the infield hit. Last time to Danny Espinosa. Nats challenged the call. It was not overturned. And a 1-0 count from Gio here is right in there. Counts even. Escobar, a good 5 steps onto the grass in front of the baseline over there at third. And he tried to challenge him with a bunt anywhere. Maybe trying to drag it first base way. And the count's 1-2. Gio, a 7-pitch, 7-strike 4th inning. Carving up the bottom of the order. And a 1-2 and a check swing.
Emergency hack.
By the way, the big blow of that Mets game, Juan Uribe, a 3-run homer. And now they've added a couple more, leading 7-0. Nats on top here, 2-1. Top of the 5th inning. Jammed him. Ball hit him anyway. Foul ball.
You know, Gio Gonzalez has talked this year about pitching to contact, going deeper into games, and not striking so many guys out. I mean, if you're blessed with the stuff to strike out the best hitters in the world, I say strike out the best hitters in the world. And maybe it's like singles hitters that want to be home run hitters in that regard. Or, you know, you always want to do something different, change it up maybe later in your career. But his stuff is still as good as it's ever been. You look at his fastball velocity through the years, it's always been 92 to 95. That hasn't changed.
Just busted a bat. And out there to get it, Anthony Rendon. But
if you have the stuff to strike guys out, strike guys out.
Sure. 5 tonight, and he eclipsed the 100 mark. Gio now has 103 Ks on the year.
Because he's never going to be efficient, and that's not a knock we always talk about. That's what makes him so great. You don't know where the ball's going half the time. You know, he throws one up in your eyes and then on the black. He throws a curveball in the dirt, then he paints one backdoor. That's a rough at-bat for a hitter. You like those guys that are around the zone, and you can just go up there and brain-dead swing. With Gio Gonzalez, it's not the case. He paints one down low, he paints one inside, then throws one over your head. That's effectively wild. But if the stuff's good enough to strike guys out, I say strike them out all day.
A.J. Pollock, 0 for 2. Ball 2. Trying to keep this guy off base before Goldschmidt. And it'll be by Escobar. A.J. Pollock hitting the ball hard. That's only his second hit in this series at 10 at-bats. So here comes the awakened bat of Paul Goldschmidt, who has 2 hits tonight.
A nice piece of hitting right here. You see Yunel Escobar in on the grass to take away the bunt. Can't quite get to that one because Pollock hit it so hard. Big part of this ball game right here, right now.
Goldschmidt singled up the middle and one to left.
You know, Cart, getting back to the roto umpire, you take away the art of framing and the skill that Jose Lobaton has back there if you have an electronic strike zone. I mean, you might as well just have a catcher that lets it go to the screen with nobody on every time, because what purpose does he serve now other than to put the finger down with the right pitch? Now you can just get some guy back there that boxes every single pitch, barely knocks it down, slows it down. I mean, you still have to throw a runner out, but it takes what I think is so much fun to watch when Jose Lobaton catches and pulls balls into strikes subtly so that nobody can tell.
And I think I heard that there would be an umpire back there for things like check swings, fair or foul ground balls, but I don't know.
You put a buzzer on his watch, and when it's a strike, he knows. And when he really messes up a call, you just lay on the button really long and shock him so that he can make sense. Like a shock collar for a dog. And I think the broadcasters are going to get to control that, so that'll be fun.
Oh, yeah. This is the kind of conversation starting to remind me of that song that came out about 3 decades ago in the year 2525.
Give me that remote, baby.
Zager and Evans. I don't know. That's got to be a long way away. 2 balls, 1 strike. First 20,000 fans through the gate. A drone will deliver your chia. Pollock got a lean going, good speed. Gio maybe a little preoccupied with the runner. Has gone to 3-1 on a very dangerous hitter who represents the go-ahead run.
Well, you got a guy on first base, got 23 stolen bases in a 1-run game in the 5th, but you also have one of the best hitters in the National League. So, you know, both I think equally important at this part of the game.
Swing and a foul tip. 93 in the count's full with 1 out. And we'll see if A.J. Pollock is off and running. Goldschmidt has 47 extra base hits.
The only disadvantage to starting Pollock right here is that you might make Goldschmidt go out of the zone for ball 4 to protect the runner, and you don't want to take power out of a power hitter's swing.
He has struck out 93 times this year.
As a hitter, you feel a responsibility in a 3-2 count with the runner going to not take strike 3. So you'll have a tendency to get out of your strike zone to protect the runner.
3-2 again with one out in a one-run game. Goldschmidt out of play, right side. Beautiful night at the ballpark. 90 at game time under clear skies. Top of the 5th inning. Diamondbacks have 6 base hits to the Nats 2. That ball hit hard, and Rendon couldn't reach it. Pollock will stop at second base with Bryce Harper getting to it over the gap, and the Diamondbacks have back-to-back hits for the second time. How about that sound?
Yeah, I want to know the hit speed on that line drive. 3-2 fastball away, and Paul Goldschmidt, who's been handled in this series, breaks out in a big way here tonight with his 3rd straight hit. That ball was roasted. So a good at-bat by the Diamondbacks first baseman. A couple of good at-bats in a row. Diamondbacks trying to rally here in the 5th.
Wellington Castillo blooped one into right center last time up. Diamondbacks got their run right after that with an Aaron Hill sac fly.
This is where you make your pitch if you're Gio. That two-seam fastball down the way to righties has been good all night long. It's a ground ball pitch. So is the changeup. But he's looking for that double play.
Trying to keep A.J. Pollock at second base. Don't want him getting to third with one out.
You might throw to second base here if both guys go.
They started and stopped both of them, and the pitch inside, 2-0.
And the reason you throw for the trail runner here is because usually the trail runner doesn't get as good a jump as the lead guy because he's watching him, and it's usually a step behind. Although Goldschmidt's got a good lead at first, you'll see teams come out and catchers put a sign on if they're throwing to third or if they're throwing for the trail runner at second base. You'd think that Jose Lobaton might try for Goldschmidt if they both go.
They're going. Throw to third, not in time. Double steal. Pollock his 24th. And then Goldschmidt, his second of the night as he goes into second, and he has 19.
And that was a steal sign put on by Chip Hale. You know how you know is because Goldschmidt got a great jump at first base too. He was off at the same time as A.J. Pollock in front of him, so it wasn't a green light situation where he had to read the runner in front of him. It was a straight steal put on by the manager. They both got good jumps.
It's been a night of sacrifice flies for both teams. Tying run 90 feet away, 2-1 to Castillo. And he leaves the strike zone to go fishing for 93.
Pitching for the strikeout, needs it in a big way.
Two-two pitch. Got him inside edge with 94. 2 outs on strikeout number 6.
Castillo didn't like the call. Talking to Gabe Morales, but a good pitch by Gio Gonzalez. Buried the fastball down and in. And maybe Morales thinking with Gio Gonzalez, because he was looking for the ball down and in, gave Gio the call. A perfect pitch by Gio and a big strikeout in this ball game, keeping it 2-1.
That was the ball, was the middle of that conversation. So here's Aaron Hill with a walk and a sac fly. Tough out, veteran guy with 2 down here.
This is a who do you want conversation. Do you want Tomas on deck? Who do you feel more comfortable with? Do you want to go after Aaron Hill right now? And how do you want to go after him if you do? Good trip right there by Jose Lobaton.
And shortstops like to be clued in on those conversations. So Danny Espinosa back at his pole position. This actually heels to the outfield grass here. One-0 pitch. It's off to the right side. Gio Gonzalez about to throw his 90th pitch here in the 5th inning. At the Mets last time out, 105 pitches in 4 2/3. Hill out of play slightly. That ball hit well. Crowd started to make some noise with 2 outs here and 2 strikes. Trying to urge Gio through this 5th inning. Breaking ball, another good block. Jose Lobaton.
That's a great block, textbook. You go out and talk to Gio and make sure they're going to make the pitch they want to in the zone they want to make it in this big situation. And why is the situation big? Well, with the bullpen the way it is now, there's shorter games when you're Matt Williams in the Nationals if you have the lead. So any lead into the 6th, 7th, and 8th and 9th inning, you have your bullpen set up just how you want. Although Papelbon has thrown a few pitches the last couple of games, we'll see if he's available tonight. But they got it set up. Casey Jansen's been awesome. Drew Storm, no words necessary. So this is a huge part of this ball game.
2-2 pitch. High fly, foul. Two balls, 2 strikes. That's on the inside edge. Same pitch Castillo couldn't swing at, and Gio Gonzalez powers his way out of a 5th inning jam.
And just burying that fastball down in, huge strikeout.
Bottom of the 5th inning. Some kind of pitching by Gio Gonzalez against right-handed batters there to blast his way out of that 5th inning. Taylor swinging strikeout first time. Michael A. is going to have to find a way to start taking some of these breaking balls the other way. He's not seeing many fastballs these days. Although he does have 3 hits in the series. Infield hit last night. A couple of knocks on Monday, including that 9th inning 2-run double. But everything's away. Into the 9 o'clock hour, BC, FP, DK on Masson. Bonus coverage. Orioles won their game at Oakland this afternoon, so the entire network has joined us here. 2-1 Nats. Bottom of the 5th. And Taylor reaching out for a pitch away to the shortstop. Nick Ahmed takes care of that. University of Maryland, University College, with a moment in history. On this date, 1993, 12th inning game, Tony Gwynn had 6 base hits. He went Escobar that year with 4 5+ hit games, tying a major league record held by the great Ty Cobb and the great Stan Musial.
Who got him out? They need a raise. 2-year deal, whoever got him out that night.
The out was probably a line drive right at somebody. Escobar, a couple of 5-hit games. Gio fly ball to right first time. In fact, he's done it 3 times this year. It's a slider away, no balls, 2 strikes. Interesting to have a lead this stage of a game when you've been out hit by 5 hits. Ahmed, plenty of time for this one. And it'll be up to Escobar now to keep a quick moving inning going. Tomorrow here at Nationals Park, Joe Ross in the 405 game against Jeremy Hellickson. The Rockies are in for 3. And then we have to pack again. Guys just unpacked in the wee hours Monday morning and head for LA, San Francisco, and Colorado on the next trip. Escobar 1 for 2 with a first inning double over the head of A.J. Pollock, straightaway center. Ruby De La Rosa has retired 14 of the last 15 hitters. Now the first 2 did hit sacrifice flies. He just hasn't given up any hits other than Rendon since Escobar's leadoff double first inning.
Do they have professional packing services? Because I want to.
Somebody in this town would be making a lot of money right now.
As much as I've traveled in baseball throughout my life, I mean, I just come over and pack for you. I know how to do it. I'm going to get an app and pack your luggage for your next trip, because that's all I do.
But see, I wonder about that, because on getaway day, I'm bringing 1 big suitcase down the ramp, and I see you with 2.
I'm a diva. I need options.
Okay. Look at that changeup. Just diving at 87. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And I don't wear the same coat the whole trip. So
I had 4 coats on the last trip. 4.
That's a new record.
6 fewer than you for a 10-game trip. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tried the off speed again, and Escobar not biting.
No. That was a no take.
(3-2), 2 outs, nobody on. There's somebody on now. Anthony Rendon will be the hitter. Good at bat by Escobar.
He's seeing it big. He really is. And he's swinging at strikes, taking borderline pitches. Here's the check swing, and did you go, you know? No. always into it, man. He just plays with so much passion and so much heart every night. It's fun to watch. Every single pitch, every single game.
Anthony Rendon, he rifled the ball down the right field line last time up. This is a big batter for De La Rosa with Harper on deck in a one-run game. Anthony has walked, scored, and singled. Escobar 1 for 3 running this year. The Nats have been stuck on 39 stolen bases for more than a week. Second fewest in the league. Good pitch to the outside edge.
We haven't had the darn span for most of the year. 30+ stolen base guy. Anthony Rendon's lower half has been banged up. He's a guy that can steal you 20 or 30. Bryce Harper's a slugger this year. He doesn't run anymore, so he can stay healthy. You know, Escobar's never been a base stealer. And so if you don't have the personnel, you can't force it.
Yeah, Michael A. Taylor and Denard Span have right about 2/3 of the steals, even though Denard's been out for quite some time.
And the Nats under Matt Williams have never been just a steal to steal bases ball club. They steal bases when it means something, number one, and when the other team's letting you do it. They never really forced it. But the stolen base under Matt Williams has always meant something. It's not like you steal third base with 2 outs. You see that all the time throughout baseball. They've been valuable.
1-1 pitch. Rendon couldn't get 86 upstairs. Right-hander David Hernandez, who the Nats knocked around to give him the loss last night. Worth really hit a hard double, and Ramos had that flare to right. But he got himself in a pickle with a walk early in that 8th inning last night to Ryan Zimmerman.
That's where, if you're Yunel Escobar, you look at De La Rosa and you say, I have 1 stolen base. 1. It's just leadoff hitter throwovers. That's what that is.
1-2 to Rendon. Gabe Morales was getting out of the way of a low fastball. I saw him pivot on that left foot, but he did not pull up the right arm, and it's ball 2. De La Rosa due to bat 4th in the top of the 6th inning, then about to throw his 100th pitch. Not bad considering he threw nearly 30 in his first inning. Hasn't given up a hit since the 3rd.
He's going with a lull you to sleep offense, or he's trying to work so slow that he's putting you into a trance. And I got to keep 2 feet in the box as a hitter against a guy that works like this.
Yeah, really. Rendon pulls it. Fair ball. Backhand Hill. And across to Goldschmidt. Nats are gone. Still hunting for hits, but still leading into the 6th.
Benz of Alexandria. 2-1 Nationals. This one cruises to the top of the 6th inning. Paul Goldschmidt with 3 knocks. Jason Worth, Ryan Zimmerman with sac flies, and Gio Gonzalez with some big strikeouts last inning. And we're going to show them to you right now. Fastball's in. First to Wellington Castillo. If you can strike him out, and he does. Needed that one big time with runners on second and third, 1 out. Castillo disagreed. Pitch track said it was a strike. And then almost the exact same pitch to Aaron Hill for strike 3 to end the 5th. So a big-time pitcher making big-time pitches in a big situation.
Top of the 6th. 6, 7, 8 for the D-backs with Yasmani Tomas leading off. Ripped up the middle, and Tomas is 2 for 3. And remember, he's only 24 years of age. He's never played more than 81 professional games in a season. He's playing in his 85th game in the big leagues tonight. And Aaron Barrett, the right-handed version of the double barrel with Felipe Rivero, as we get further down into the Arizona lineup. Their only run on a sac fly by Aaron Hill after 3 hits and a force play in the 3rd inning. But that was hit number 8. They have the 3rd highest team batting average in the league at 261. And here comes Matt Williams after a long pause, waiting for his guys to get ready. Only the Rockies and the Giants have scored more runs than Arizona, and it's looking like 5 plus 1 hitter for Gio Gonzalez. This call to the bullpen is packaged by the UPS Store, your one-stop shop for all your small business needs. Let us handle your mailbox service needs. We love logistics. Good reception for Gio, and now it's going to be a long night for the bullpen. One hitter, 8 hits, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. Strikeouts helping him and the Nats keep the lead. So FP a little similar to the last outing. Not deep into the ball game, but not much given up. 1 run each time.
Yeah, but effective nonetheless. As you look at Aaron Barrett with his 40th appearance, 35 strikeouts versus 7 walks. Stat you always look at as a hitter. Does the guy have command? And then opponents hitting .222. A dejected Gio Gonzalez coming off the mound with a 1-run lead. Did you see the body language and the demeanor? He wasn't too happy. And it wasn't like he was snapping in the dugout throwing things. He just looked like bummed that he was taken out.
Aaron Barrett, 2 appearances in this series at Arizona. Fastball up and in. Tuesday night game, a scoreless inning on 7 pitches. Then the next night, threw 20 pitches, gave up a run on 2 hits. But the Nats came from behind and won that game on the Taylor grand slam. Chris Owings 0 for 1 career against him, as the Bear makes his first appearance in this series.
Well, you like the Nats' chances if they get through the 6th with a 1-run lead.
Oh, yeah.
And Gio Gonzalez still perplexed and bummed.
One pitch, line drive, it's over. Rendon and the Diamondbacks. This is the 3rd time tonight they've had back-to-back hits, and they've out-hit the Nationals 9-2. Down to the number 8 man now, Nick Ahmed.
They had first and second, nobody on the second, chose not to bunt because it was the second. I wonder if Chip Hale changes his mind right here as you see the slider from Aaron Barrett and the base hit from Chris Owings. Do they bunt right here even though they're at the bottom of the order? You'd think they're going to pinch hit.
Saltalamacchia on deck.
So that might be telling you they're bunting all the way right here. Let's see.
That's a really good bunt. Barrett's going to have to play it well, and he doesn't. Throws it away. The game is tied. Here comes another runner, and the batter heading for third. A 2-run bunt for the Diamondbacks, and they lead 3-2.
Well, you saw Aaron Barrett come off the mound. He was looking for help. But Yunel Escobar knew that Barrett was going to field it, so he retreated to third base. And watch Barrett kind of come off, and he's looking for the third baseman, doesn't get it, and then throws flat-footed. And it gets by Ryan Zimmerman, it gets by Anthony Rendon, and everybody's running somewhere. And Gio Gonzalez can't believe what he just saw.
His chance for a win gone just like that. He'll get a no decision, because only 1 run in this inning will be charged to him. So it looks like a bunt base hit and a 3-base error on the pitcher. So Jared Saltalamacchia is the hitter here. Runner at third and nobody out. Diamondbacks trying to go up by 2.
I mean, you really don't have to say anything. The pitcher's telling it all.
Up in the zone, 94. Busted bat, and that's going to drop. Another run scores, and just like that, Aaron Barrett has given up 3 hits, good for 2 runs.
A bad day to hero for Saltalamacchia, who's been swinging it. Big hit last night, big hit here tonight, and the line is moving in the 6th inning for the Diamondbacks. And that might be the quickest 3-spot without a home run that we've seen against the Nats all season long.
And that's one blue pit. You can't say the pitcher left it upstairs, and that's why it was a bloop. Saltalamacchia, big-time job of going out and digging that one out. So the Diamondbacks have shocked the Nats quickly with 3 here in the 6th inning. Four consecutive hits. Top of the order, Inciarte is next. Inciarte lined out to Anthony Rendon last time up. Little flare out into short center. Rendon had to run it down. And Aaron Barrett falling behind a lot of hitters here.
Phone just now ringing the Nats bullpen, and it looks like they're going to get somebody up.
Oliver Perez, one of their 2 lefties. And on a tailing 94, a ball popped up to the left side. Escobar for the first out. A badly needed one after 4 hits. Now Tanner Roark is up. A.J. Pollock is next for Arizona. Pollock 1 for 1 against Aaron Barrett career. Base hit last time, 2 for 10 in the series. That's solidly hit. And the Diamondbacks are 4 for 5 against Aaron Barrett on a base hit by Pollock, his 2nd in a row.
Matt Williams trying to stall for time, telling Jose Lobaton to go out there and talk to Aaron Barrett. That's just to give Tanner Roark a few more pitches in the bullpen.
And here comes Matt. Aaron Barrett will pitch a 1/3 of an inning, give up 5 hits, commit an error, and the crowd is not happy at all. We might hear 2 sets of boos, one heading to the mound and one coming off. Nats led all night long until now. Long way to go in this one, a 4-2 Arizona lead. Presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the Washington Nationals. Ugly sixth inning for the Nats. 5 hits given up to this point, 3 runs in. Gio gets a no decision tonight. And here's Tanner Roark.
All right, 2-seam fastball, 4-seam fastball, mid-90s.
Scoreless 7th inning with a base hit on Monday night. First up is Goldschmidt. And against Tanner Roark, Paul Goldschmidt with a walk, 0 for 2. So that was Sal Tilamaki at second base and Pollock at first. Fastball with run stays upstairs, 92.
Trying to get a ground ball, keep this a 4-2 game. Hoping the offense can find a way. And welcome to the game, Tanner Roark. All you have to do is face Paul Goldschmidt.
Monster numbers with runners in scoring position. These guys have done a great job all year of setting the table for him. He'll hit one to right. Here comes Bryce. Harper may be fighting the lights a little bit at the end. That ball also had some severe slice on it. It appeared. 2 outs.
So no maybe. Anytime you see a really good outfielder go to his knees or fall down in a night game, it's because a low line drive always gets caught in that bank of lights right over the Diamondbacks dugout. So this had the right trajectory. We've seen Jason Worth do this over the years where you just have to get below the lights. That's why he goes down. And it's right in the lights, and he's like, where's the ball? Where's the ball? Great shot right there with the Exmo of him concentrating on finding the ball after it came out of the lights. Big out.
Here's Castillo. Eighth Diamondback to bat in the inning. And Castillo. 1 career plate appearance against Tanner Roark, a sac fly. Castillo 1 for 3 tonight with a blue base hit. 2 for 8 in the series. And Tanner Roark misses upstairs again, 3-0.
See if Chip Hale turns him loose right here in a 3-0 count.
Look at the run on that fastball. But Gabe Morales didn't give Roark the call on the corner. And the bases are loaded with 2 outs for Aaron Hill.
Looked like it came back for a strike. What did pitch track think? Right on the edge. Didn't get the call. It's so important to keep this a 4-2 game. The Nats have the firepower to come back now. Especially when you get into the Diamondbacks bullpen, you never know. Even though it doesn't look good right now, down by 2, it's important to keep it down by 2.
And Tanner Roark jamming Aaron Hill with that one. Aaron Hill, 1 career grand slam and career 0 for 5 against the Nats right-hander.
Good sinker under the hands. Big pitch coming.
Like they did in the 5th. Crowd trying to urge a Nats pitcher out of a jam here in the 6th. Pretty nasty slider, and Hill just got some of it.
Go 2 pitches that run back fastball off the plate away to righties. Try to run it back first strike. See if he goes to it right here in a 1-2 count. Tried. Didn't come back.
Four-2 ball game. Marathon 6th inning. Ball 3 with the bases loaded. Counts full. Aaron Hill, one of those veteran guys, 12th year in the big leagues. No panic in his approach here.
But as a hitter right here, you're thinking he has to throw a strike. So you see hitters in this situation with the bases loaded be extra aggressive in this count.
Not even close, and it was not a swing. And Tanner Roark walks in a run. It's 5-2. That's another run charged to Aaron Barrett.
But I like the pitch call. It was just a ball immediately, so it allowed Aaron Hill to check his swing, and it looked like he went a long way right there. And Tripp Gibson at first didn't think he went. But it was the proper call. You see hitters ultra aggressive. Aaron Hill almost swung at a pitch that wasn't near a strike. And may have swung, actually.
Yasmani Tomas led this inning off with a base hit that knocked out Gio Gonzalez. 9 batters later, 4 runs have scored and only 2 outs have been registered. So Diamondbacks all over the place in Pollock, Castillo, and Hill. Tanner Roark gets that one to the outer half. No balls, 2 strikes.
That's the one he tried 2-2 to Aaron Hill that didn't come back. Might have thrown it too hard at 95 through the sink. That one 94. Had some good late run.
right by him with 95. Diamondbacks pick up 4 to take a 5-2 lead. Bryce Harper will lead off. Bottom of the 6th inning. Zimmerman and Worth right behind him. Seven and 7, high ERA 4.95, coming off a loss at Houston when he couldn't get out of the 4th inning. The Nats will go with Joe Ross. The rookie's been solid. 2 and 3 with a 3 earned run average. In all 6 starts, he's never given up more than 3 earned runs. 3:30, Johnny and Ray here at the ballpark. FP and I join you at 4 and at 4:05. First pitch.
Washington, D.C. Lexus dealers, they're donating $250 to the Children's National Health System for every home run a Nats player hits this season, so keep them coming. It's for a wonderful cause. Lexus, the pursuit of perfection.
David Hernandez was a tough luck losing pitcher last night, although he did walk Zimmerman leading off the bottom of the 8th, gave up the Worth double, but a little flare by Wilson Ramos got him and won the game for the Nats. Bryce Harper 0 for 2 career against the right-hander. Harper got a fastball, scorches it to the left side, base hit. Too hot to handle for Aaron Hill. And Bryce is on for the 2nd time tonight.
A nice swing by Bryce Harper, bullet off his bat. Aaron Hill couldn't handle it. So a lot like last night, leadoff walk in the 8th, base runner on here, leadoff man on here in the 6th. Aaron Hill thought he should have made the play, but it looks a lot easier in slow motion. That ball was hit. And Ryan Zimmerman had that leadoff walk in the 8th off Fernandez last night.
So Ryan 2 for 8 career. 2 for 7 career with a couple of walks against David Hernandez. I know it's 9:43, but there's still over a third of this game remaining. They have got a long way to go, and that's a front door breaking ball for a strike. another hook right in there.
Sitting on 97, got a pair of curveballs.
And then Ryan swinging at a breaking ball off the plate. Pretty good right-handed stuff from David Hernandez right there for the first out. So the Nats box still just 3 hits all night. Escobar's double first inning. Zimmerman Worth sac flies. A 3rd inning single, 2 outs by Rendon. Leadoff hit by Bryce Harper here in the 6th.
And Jason Worth had that double off Hernandez, that ringing double on a 3-2 pitch down the left field corner last night.
That was loud contact. Probably Jason's best swing since coming back. He'll go right field with a scorcher this time, and it'll put Tomas right in front of the track for the 2nd out. Up to Danny Espinosa now to continue the inning.
I think your chia pet could have sprouted some roots here tonight if you did it in the 1st inning.
It's only the 6th. We could have a chia zoo by the time this one's over.
I don't think this is going to end 5-2, just saying.
Espinosa 0 for 2 tonight. Getting the start in place of Ian Desmond. Fly ball to left, swinging strikeout. 1st inning, 4th inning. Second baseman Owings playing Danny to pull. A lot of room up the middle. And that's blown away, ball 2.
When you see a game with a slow tempo, a slow pace like this one, everybody always points toward the pitcher. Work faster, work faster. I think the catcher is the guy that's in charge back there. The catcher is in control. You run the game back there when you're catching. If you want a fast-paced game, you get the singles down, you fire some digits down there, and you get it rolling yourself back there. And if you're constantly going out to the mound, or you're thinking about pitches and you're taking your time, or you're letting your pitcher dictate the pace, my experience is the really good catchers run the game back there, and they control the pace, not the pitchers.
Castillo Monday night, Saltalamacchia last night. Last night was a 5-4 game that went 3-13. Espinosa, 1 hopper, Goldschmidt right there. So the Nats 3 hits in 6 innings. They've stranded 4 base runners. Arizona by 3 innings to go. brought to you by Land Rover, above and beyond. Looks like a big crystal cathedral on top of our National Capitol building tonight. We'll look forward to seeing all that getting done here.
It's time for your T-Mobile fan photo. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Nats Couch Cam. That is Colleen's husband Mike, and that's their baby Chucky. And it looks like Chucky has a question.
Chucky doesn't look happy about this score.
That's not really their names. I just made it up. That's brought to you by T-Mobile. Maybe that's a rally kid, a rally newborn baby with a question.
A rally whale, as in W-A-I-L. Hoping the Nats will make some noise here. Tanner Roark, 18 pitches, 9 strikes. And that is a big 12-6 curveball.
Addison Reed getting loose in the Diamondbacks bullpen.
Yeah, Daniel Hudson usually follows him to get it to Brad Ziegler. And a ball well hit to left. Worth ways to go, and over to his right, grabs it. First out, 7th inning.
Take a visit on down to the Fitz for great baseball, affordable family fun. August highlights include Military Appreciation Night, Camo Shirt Night, Replica Jersey Night, Ryan Zimmerman Bobblehead Night. And there's fireworks every Saturday and Sunday. For all your ticket and promotional information, visit PotomacNationals.com. I feel like Camo Shirt Night and Military Appreciation Night should be the same night, right?
Yeah.
But then you couldn't see anybody, and it'd be like nobody's there. And is there really a game going on, or we just because I can't see anybody?
Yeah, I was just checking back to 05. If Ryan played at Potomac, he went from single-A ball Savannah to double-A Harrisburg to the major leagues. He's been down there on some rehabs, though.
Well, you know what that means? He's going to
Hall of Fame.
Potomac Nationals Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
He drove by the stadium once. He's in.
Under the bat of Nick Ahmed.
He should go full beard. I'm liking the scruff.
There's Jake Lamb on deck. For the pitcher, Hernandez. Tanner Roark, man, he's just missing with some of those heaters. Around both edges tonight, outside and in. They're in the bottom of the ninth at Miami. It's 8-0 New York.
Boy, I whiffed on the Marlins this year. I thought they were so good in spring training. Big time whiff. I thought they were going to be one of the best teams in the league.
I don't think too many people thought that was out of nowhere as far as a pick. Still can't believe Mike Redmond's not managing that team. And right now, I just noticed this today. They are 1 game ahead of the Phillies.
You can't believe that Mike Redmond got fired when Ozzie Guillen got fired, and
Ozzie Guillen got himself fired.
I mean, he fires everybody, though.
True.
If you're managing Miami, you're going to get fired quick.
That's a foul ball. Tanner Roark in his second and final inning of work here, due to bat third, bottom of the seventh. And a 1-2 to Nick Ahmed, who's 1 for 3 with that bunt that turned out to be a disaster for the Nats. Last inning, Roark strikes him out, 2 down. Tanner's second K of the night. And the hitter will be Jake Lamb.
Yeah, pretty good sinker right here. Starts down the middle, runs right underneath his hands for strike 3. Good pitch.
And Jake Lamb, first career matchup against Tanner Roark.
Jake Lamb swinging a hot bat. Just didn't get the start tonight because Gio Gonzalez is left-handed. He's been locked for the Diamondbacks. A couple of hits in the first game.
And then 2 more last night.
And a couple last night.
And a ball slapped out to center. Michael A. Taylor just cruising for it. Tanner Roark with a 1-2-3. Second time the D-backs go in order all night. So it's time for the Hyundai 7th inning stretch. The Nats still have lots of time to come back in this one. It'll be 7, 8, and 9. Down by 3. Little up district. That's the FP Townhouse Camp looking into the ballpark. 5-2. Nats are down by 3. It's just such an unusual series the way this thing's going. Nats keep scoring early, taking control of ball games, and then the offense just hits a lull for about 6-7 innings.
Yeah, and when you have a lead late, you're thinking with the way the bullpen's been set up, the way Mike Rizzo tinkered, got Jonathan Papelbon here, that any lead past the 6th inning is going to be solid for the most part. You got power arms down there. You got guys that know how to get the job done. You have 3 closers in a row with Casey Jansen, Drew Storm, and Jonathan Papelbon. That's why that 6th inning was so huge. And that bunt play that just went south on him, that turned out to be a huge play. And now it's up to the offense to try to jump back in this ball game. But and Addison Reed taking over for the Diamondbacks.
Jose Lobaton will lead things off. Addison Reed. Couple of scoreless innings here on Monday night, keeping the Nats at bay. After it took them a while to get some offense going. In fact, till the 9th inning. And it'll be Lobaton followed by Taylor. And then it looks like Clint Robinson for Tanner Roark, who threw 32 pitches, 19 strikes in his inning and 2/3. To the outside half with 93. Matt Thornton for the 8th. Diamondbacks will have the top of their order due up.
A big pitch coming. Need some base runners.
And Lobaton hits one out to the gap in right center. Running it down, Yasmani Tomas for the first out. Going to be here for a while with this one. BCFP DK on Masson. It's 5-2 Diamondbacks. The Nats have been out hit 12-3, and they're still in this ball game. Michael A. Taylor 0 for 2 tonight, 3 for 10 with a couple of RBIs in the series. Pulls the slider deep short. He'll beat it out. Ahmed a hard time handling it, even if he had. Doubtfully could have thrown out Michael A. Taylor, who gets his first base hit tonight.
Yeah, once that guy by Aaron Hill put it in your pocket, even though Nick Ahmed's a good defensive shortstop, even if he fields that going away from the play with Michael Taylor's speed, that's a hit all the way. They're playing in for the bunt. Michael Taylor's established throughout the league that he's a good base hit bunter. So Aaron Hill in on the grass, gets it by Hill. And that base hit may be a byproduct of a few base hit bunts from Taylor down the third base line.
Addison Reed now facing Clint Robinson. Clint was in the lineup on Monday night. He went 1 for 3 with a base on balls. He missed Reed when he pitched in the 7th and 8th innings. Right down the middle with 92. Robinson has a pinch hitter this year, 5 for 21, couple of RBIs.
Pretty big lead by Taylor. Down by 3 you go, you got to be sure.
Shift is on, and the 0-2 is low and inside.
Reed real quick to the plate.
Target to the outer edge. And a breaking ball that Clint hits really hard. Look out, folks.
You know what I like about Michael Taylor when he gets in his lead? He looks like he's going on every single pitch. That's so key for a base runner at this level, to look like you're going every single pitch and not to get into a different stance or a bigger lead when you're going to tip it off to the opposition. But every time he gets out there, he gets a lean going, he gets a pretty aggressive lead, and he looks like he's running every single time. So the reason managers throw over a lot is to see if he's going. Is he tipping that he's running? And certain base runners, even some elite base runners, will look different when they're stealing. It's almost like a pitcher tipping his pitch, and that gives the opposition a little better chance to throw him out. But I like what Michael Taylor does every single time in his lead. It's the exact same. He looks like he's running.
Well, they've tried him inside, they've tried him away, and that's up and away. Clint Robinson battling the count back even here. 2-2. Bottom of the 7th inning in a 5-2 game. And that's right to the left side. Really going after the base runner there, Michael A. Taylor. That'll help keep the inning alive, as he was all over Aaron Hill, who was trying to turn the double play. Guy who's played a lot of second base, well, is the third baseman tonight.
Good aggressive slide. Keeps the inning alive.
Quite a ballet at second, huh? Escobar, the hitter. First pitch, and that's into the gap in right center. Clint Robinson heading for third, and Yunel Escobar has a 2-hit night. He's on for the third time, and just like that, the tying runs coming in to hit.
Hey, he's just such a good hitter. He always has a plan. He sticks to his plan. You can tell sometimes he goes up there in pull mode. He wants to hit one of the seats. Most of the time he goes up there thinking about up the middle the other way, hands inside the baseball, and moves the line to Anthony Rendon, who has some pop. And he's trying to move the line to Bryce Harper and so on. But here you go, tying run at the plate. Like the rally lid. And the rally flip-flops.
Rendon fouled out against Addison Reed Monday night.
21 home runs last year.
And a fastball to the outside edge. What a stop by Castillo.
Got a pretty good pitch right there. 92, just maybe a hair late. Oliver Perez ready for Bryce Harper.
Nats looking for 2-out contact. And an RBI or more right here. Rendon, right side foul.
We used to call that setting a trap back in the day, where you were late on one pitch and then you'd look for it the next time and drill it. There's some hitters throughout the course of it. Ryan Sandberg was a great trap setter. He would be late on a fastball, cheat on the next one, hit it out of the ballpark. Albert Pujols, same way.
Nasty breaking ball. Rendon strikes out. And the Nats failed to break through in the 7th. They'll strand 2. They've left 6. To the 8th, Arizona. 5-2.
Gave up a leadoff single in the inning. And then with runners on first and second, nobody out, Barrett throws one in the dirt. Zimmerman can't pick it. Rendon with a great effort diving for it. Goes down the right field line, and everybody's running around the bases. And Gio Gonzalez, safe to say, not happy. And you can see Aaron Barrett, one word, wow. And that's where we're at. 5-2 Diamondbacks in the top of the 8th. Paul Goldschmidt having a big night. He's got 3 knocks. Gio Gonzalez pitched well, pitch count up. But I thought his stuff was great once again. And A.J. Pollock, a couple of singles and a run, stolen base for the Diamondbacks.
Matt Thornton for the top of the 8th inning. First appearance of this series.
And the fastball averaging 94, slider 84, changeup 87, 37th appearance for Thornton. Thornton's hitting just 200 against the lefty.
Right to the outside half for a strike. Ender Inciarte 1 for 4 tonight. And in the series 3 for 12. He's 0 for 3 career against the Nats lefty. Big breaking ball and fair ball, left field corner. Well, quite a swing by the leadoff guy, Inciarte. He's digging for 3 with nobody out, and he's going to make it.
I'll tell you what, he didn't hesitate right out of the box, and I watched him round in second. Didn't even look at the play down the corner. I'm saying, is he going to go for a triple down the left field line? You rarely see that in baseball, a triple down the left field line, but Ender Inciarte was getting it right out of the batter's box, just slaps it down the line. The ball tailing away from Jason Worth. And once it gets through his legs, that little bobble right there allowed Inciarte, who never slowed down going to second base, to get into third. And he was fired up when he got there.
Yeah, his dugout fired up for him, and that's a fastball outside. And the Diamondbacks trying to get this thing to slam range, looking for a 4-run lead. A.J. Pollock is 0 for 1 career against Matt Thornton. Ball 2. Probably need to bring to your attention the fact that the Marlins have scored 6 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning. It is now 8-6 Mets. Runner at second, 2 outs.
You can call it that or just teasing me, one or the other.
Let's see what happens. Somebody was not treating that like a safe situation. 8-0. 3 outs to get.
Fire up that worst lots ever headline.
Yeah, Familia's in the game now. And that's lined to Danny Espinosa, playing in for the first out.
Watch every out-of-market game live or in on-demand in True HD over 400 mobile and connected devices with MLB.TV Premium. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
Paul Goldschmidt is 1-for-1 career against Thornton with a single. He's 3-for-4 tonight. Drilled one to right last time that Bryce Harper, battling the lights, caught while sliding to his knees. So Paul Goldschmidt is back, hitting the ball all over the yard. Now the Marlins have runners at first and third.
I just heard a "Let's Go Marlins."
Yeah, we got some fans watching the scoreboard here. So Kristen Yelich is in the batter's box. We'll keep you posted.
It's getting to be that time, isn't it?
Look at that. It was 8-0 10 minutes ago. And Thornton didn't appear to want a whole lot to do with Paul Goldschmidt, who's on base for the 4th time tonight. That's his league-leading 84th walk. Now it's Thornton matching up with Wellington Castillo. And that ball hit a ton out to left center. That's going to fly way out of here into the red seats. It's 8-2 Arizona as the Mets close out their 8-6 win in Miami. And that was some kind of big fly by Castillo. He's now hit 6 home runs and driven in 9 in his last 9 games.
Yeah, fastball bell tie. And that was a big fly, folks. He got all that one. Last row of the red seats in left center field.
Diamondbacks came to town with 90 home runs. They've now hit 95. Aaron Hill, the hitter. He's walked twice, once for an RBI and hit a sac fly. 0-for-1. 8-2. And the Nats have been out hit 14-5. And a big crowd of 37,572 Not a whole lot to cheer about tonight. That stays fair. It's gone. And it flashes in front of the pole as Aaron Hill hits one halfway up the blue seats.
Pretty good catch by that fan. High, deep, and hooked foul right at the end.
Out to short. Well, that ball came up on Danny Espinosa. Fires to Zimmerman for the second out. The batter with 2 outs in the 8th, Yasmani Tomas. And this one in the air to right. Bryce Harper a ways to go over by the line. That ball is foul when he catches it. And we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Triple walk homer. Bryce will have to hit with an Nats down 6. Three innings, a 4-spot, a 3-spot, and an 8-2 lead in Game 3 of this 4-game series. Harper, Zimmerman, Worth in the bottom of the 8th, and Oliver Perez.
That fastball slider, 2-pitch guy. Fastball 92, slider 80 miles an hour. 48th appearance for Oliver Perez. 34 strikeouts, 11 walks. Opponents hitting 229.
Oliver Perez will be 34 in 10 days. He's made stops in Seattle and 68 games with the D-backs last year since he signed that mega contract with the Mets. That worked out really well for him, but terribly for them. Bryce Harper and Paul Goldschmidt. In the series, Bryce is 3 for 9 with 2 walks. Goldschmidt's come alive tonight with 3 hits and a base on balls. And these guys have just dominated the top of the hitting stats in the National League, especially since Giancarlo Stanton went out on the DL. Todd Frazier is in the fray as well. Leads in extra base hits, and he's 5 home runs ahead of Paul Goldschmidt.
Goldschmidt 339, Bryce Harper 331.
And Harper hooking one out of play to the right side against Oliver Perez. big hook. Big sweeping curveball. Bryce is 0 for 3 career against him, and Perez has struck him out every time.
We're probably going to get another one right here, and this is where you've seen Bryce Harper in the past spread out and slap one to left.
Yeah, they don't play as much of a shift with this sidewinder on the mound.
Yeah, here comes another one. Frisbee coming.
Wow, he went almost totally back on Bryce Harper, showing him his numbers before striking him out. First out, 8th inning.
Yeah, everybody doing the Johnny Cueto lately. Louis Tiant in his delivery making a comeback in a number of ways in baseball. I mean, in Exmo, that looked drastic, didn't it?
Took a while. Ryan Zimmerman, 8 for 24 career against Perez with 4 walks, couple of RBIs.
If you showed a whole game in Exmo, how long would it take?
I don't know. It'd take a long time to announce it. That would have to be what we call nat sound. Natural sound throughout.
Pretty good numbers, career against Perez. 24 at-bats. I think when it gets around 20, 30 at-bats, the numbers mean something. Anything below that, who knows?
And this time against the right-hander, Perez gets to the back of his motion, just hangs on that back leg for a while. Felipe Rivero for the 9th. Ryan Zimmerman didn't like it, and he is out.
Well, he can talk to Wellington Castillo and Aaron Hill, who both took the same pitch for strike 3 to end the 5th inning. It looked like this was similar to the fastballs that Gio Gonzalez threw. Those guys, that one might have been a hair further in. Hit it here. I like it. You get the sense that the Nats are a lot like we are right now. Like, how'd this game get away so quick? A 2-1 ball game and a 4-run 6th, a 3-run 8th, and all of a sudden it's 8-2.
Yeah.
You can just tell by the looks on their faces, a lot like how we're feeling, and you could tell by the atmosphere in the ballpark. Just wait, what? What happened?
Fastball to the edge. Well, Gabe Morales likes that inside fastball. Gio benefited from that, as FP pointed out. Now it's 2-2. Big curveball. Just his stuff on the righty there, as some of his stuff is on the lefties. He strikes out Harper, Zimmerman, and Worth, and this game's into the 9th. And that'll be Felipe Rivero, rookie left-hander, 20th appearance, 193 ERA, 23 strikeouts, 23 and a third innings. He's walked only 3, and the league's only hitting .230 against him.
And he's a 4th guy down there in that bullpen with a sub-2 ERA.
And he was pitching really well in New York on Saturday night until Wilmer Flores came up in his 3rd inning of work, throwing the ball well. Chris Owings, Nick Ahmed, and with Daniel Hudson warming up, a pinch hitter ahead in the number 9 spot. Chris Owings 1 for 4 tonight, and against the Nats this year 9 for 21.
They had a good series when they were in Arizona. I thought Felipe Rivero pitched fantastic that game against the Mets.
Had it going on.
And the pitch to Wilmer Flores was not a bad pitch. It was right where he wanted it. Wilson Ramos set up down and in. He threw it right at the target. Ramos didn't move his glove a bit. Flores just connected, that's all. And sometimes a pitcher, you got to tip your cap. But he pitched great.
Target in from Lobaton. And a 1-2 pitch. Got it. Fastball. 96. Right up around the elbow area. And Chris Owings trying to shake that off as he goes to first.
Yeah, that can't feel good at 96. Did he get him right in the elbow? Where'd he get him? Forearm. Left forearm right above, right below the elbow. And you go back to that 6th inning, everybody talking about the value of a bunt in today's game. It was the turning point in this one when this guy laid down a nice bunt.
He sure did. Turned into a little league triple. And a ball into short center. Anthony Rendon will make the call. He'll grab it for the first out. Hitter will be switch hitter Cliff Pennington.
Well, you were thinking last night with, the Diamondbacks jumped into it, tied the game at 3. The Nats came back and had the 8th inning. Wilson Ramos with a big hit. That might have been a turning point. But like I said, with the Mets, they had that tough loss against the Padres, and then they won Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and that turned their season around. So it can happen quickly. I was just looking at last night thinking that might be it. But I still believe it's going to happen. It's going to happen soon. Have to find a way to get that swagger back on a consistent basis every single night. It's going to happen. They're too good for it not to happen.
Cliff Pennington 6 for 21 as a pinch hitter with a homer and 3 RBIs. No balls, 2 strikes. Well outside.
So somebody on Twitter actually did the formula for if we did the whole game in Exmo, it would take 4 days. Well, 360,000 seconds or 100 hours if we showed the whole game in Exmo. I don't think the commissioner would like that, though. He's all about speeding things up.
Yeah.
That would not speed up the game.
I'd have Ruby De La Rosa at an hour and a half between pitches.
I'm just leaving that one alone.
I know. Hey, he's going to get the win tonight if this doesn't turn around. He was the pitcher of record where the Diamondbacks got those 4 runs in the 6th inning. And a well-struck base hit to right by Cliff Pennington. So the D-backs keep pounding away. First and second, and that was their 15th base hit tonight. Tanner Roark walked a couple of guys, but he's the only Nats pitcher who didn't give up at least 2 hits. Until this point, Rivero's hit a batter and given up a hit. Top of the order now, Ender Inciarte.
Hustle triple his last time up down left field corner.
That was impressive. Counts back even, 1-1. And a 1-1 pitch with the target in. That is so nasty. No way to get that bat barrel around on that.
Well, that serves a couple of purposes. Number one, strike 2. Number 2, it's 96, and now Inciarte is thinking he's coming back in there again, and you could throw that slider on the other side, and he might not even come close to it.
And a 1-2 pitch moves him way back. It's been a struggle tonight. Gio, 15 pitches first inning, up to 40 in the second, up to 57 in the third when they scored a run. Able to get 5 innings plus 1 batter. And then the bullpen battling these Arizona hitters who just put the ball in play. It's their second time in double figures hits in the series. They had 11 base hits in a 6-4 win Monday night, just 5 last night. Good job by Max Scherzer and company. 15 tonight.
Inciarte sticking his nose in there and fighting against 95 starting out behind him. It's impressive that bat working.
Two runners aboard with 1 out in the 9th. He just reaches out and strokes one down the left field line. That is a fair ball. Runners had to hold with the ball in the air for a while, and the bases are loaded with 1 out. third hit of the night. So a 3 for 6 for the Diamondbacks leadoff guy.
I'll tell you what, that's a heck of an at-bat right there for Ender Inciarte. And here comes Steve McCatty to talk to Felipe. And just look at it, just putting the bat on the ball, no stride, playing pepper. What a 2-strike adjustment by the Diamondbacks left fielder. That's a great at-bat. Fouling pitches off, finally gets something, puts it into play. That was not easy.
Now Rivero has to face A.J. Pollock. He's had a good night, 2 for 5. And that's a good fastball to the outside edge. Now we've had a balk and it's 9-2. Chris Owings coming home.
Matt Williams saying, what did he do? Started and then stopped. Watch. Yep, started and then stopped.
Yeah, any little flinch once you're in the set.
Well, he wasn't set. He just started to come up. But once you come up, you got to come set. He came up and then stopped.
Nine to 2. Felipe Rivero is about to throw his 24th pitch of this inning.
The last thing Matt Williams wants to do is get another reliever up, so this is Rivero's inning. You have to find a way. Trying to get some outs, trying to pound that inner half. Go back in there again. Matt Williams thinking about getting somebody else up. Is that what he's talking to Randy Knorr about? I'm just letting talk to Tyler Moore. I believe Tyler Moore is going to hit 4th from the bottom of the 9th.
So that was a curveball that stayed way outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runners at second and third, a run home with 1 out. That is fair. Nope. He turned one way, then the other. So Tripp Gibson gave it a long look and then eventually turned to the foul side. That ball close to bouncing over the bag.
Not an easy call. But you're not getting any argument from the hitter. That's how you know he made the right call. I mean, they're just grinding out at bats. It's what they've been doing all night. Fouling balls off, fouling balls off. Making you work. See the hands on the hips. Felipe Rivera's thinking, what do I throw this guy? He's fouling everything off.
Wow. Felipe Rivera is used to throwing the ball by hitters, and Arizona just not letting that happen at all here. 2-2 to Pollock now. And a breaking ball, chopped third base way. A run will score. Escobar has to hold the ball, and it's 10-2. Hit number 17.
Well, that's a good at bat. I mean, he fouled off a bunch of pitches, and then put one into play.
Matt Williams going to the mound, and is Tyler Moore about to come in and pitch?
He is.
How about this? Well, you don't want to relieve a rookie out there and just get killed, and Tyler Moore will be the next pitcher. Alert enough to have the gun on while he was warming up, and he was topping out at about 77. I do believe this is the first time he's ever pitched to Paul Goldschmidt. So welcome to the mound, and one of the best hitters in the game stepping in.
You're not just making your MLB debut, you're facing Paul Goldschmidt. Go get him, Tyler Moore.
Let's go Tyler, they're chanting. A little bit low. Clint Robinson pitched a scoreless 8th inning at Arizona with 1 hit and 1 strikeout the night the Nats lost 14-6. Ground ball, third base side. Escobar to second. Out there. Another run scores. It's 11-2.
Yeah, but Tyler Moore just got on Paul Goldschmidt.
He did.
I mean, he could say that for the rest of his life, no matter what happens with his career from here on out. He just retired one of the best hitters in the National League. Good turn by Rendon.
Goldschmidt picks up his 78th RBI. And now Tyler Moore will face Wellington Castillo with a runner at first and 2 outs. And he hit him.
I mean, the only thing you could really say about this is the Mets were down 8, or the Mets were up 8 in Miami. But Matt Williams obviously talking it over with his coaching staff, feeling like this one was over and didn't want to go any deeper into his bullpen.
Aaron Hill is next. Look at the Nats, 5 pitches short of 200. Line drive, and Anthony Rendon is there to grab it. And Tyler Moore is in his major league pitching career now, retiring 2 of every 3 hitters he faces.
Of the 9th here at Nationals Park. Couple of big innings for Arizona, the 8th and the 9th. Johnny Holiday along with Ray Knight, and we'll stick around. We hope you'll stick around and catch our Nets Extra post-game show coming up in just a few minutes, but still the bottom of the 9th to play.
Yeah, Johnny, there's some games that in the course of the season makes you feel like you're still in spring training. And this game, so many different things has happened. You see a pitcher, everyday player pitching, and you see all kind of crazy things happen. If there's ever been a game that you turn the page, this is it. And turn it right now. I don't know that we won't come back and score a bunch of runs here in the 9th inning, but this is just one of those games that you just check off the old calendar and move on to tomorrow, because it has not been very pretty.
Yep. There will be nights like this, won't there?
Pardon?
There will be nights like this.
Oh, yes, sir. There'll be nights like this. There'll be a few of these nights, and but I can't wait to get away from this one.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm sure Bob at FP may feel the same way as well. Let's go back upstairs for the bottom of the 9th.
Thank you, Johnny, and thank you, Ray. By the way, 5 pitches, 2 strikes for Tyler Moore to retire a couple of hitters. And here's Daniel Hudson, who had the 9th inning nightmare here Monday night, when the Nats got 4 runs, and they eventually had to bring in Brad Ziegler, their closer, to put the lid on a 6-4 win. So Danny Espinosa is first. He's 1 for 4 career against the Arizona right-hander. Nats down 11-2. Espinosa out to right field. And coming in to get it, Yasmani Tomas, 1 out on 1 pitch. So unless something amazing happens, the Nats will be 2 behind the Mets when they take the field against Jeremy Hellickson tomorrow. Joe Ross for Washington. Here's Jose Lobaton. He goes up hacking. Lobaton. First career at bat against Daniel Hudson. And then Michael A. Taylor is next. Taylor had the double that knocked him out Monday night. On a pitch down and in, fouled over that way. No balls, 2 strikes.
Like Ray said, turn the page, get him tomorrow. I mean, that's all you can say after this one. I mean, it got ugly, and it got ugly quick.
And the breaking ball down and in. Jose Lobaton 0 for 3 tonight. 3 balls in the air. One a hard line out to third. And he gets himself a knock. He really reached out and got the sweet spot on that thing. A rocket out to center. And the Nats have their first hit since the 7th inning. That'll bring in Michael A. Taylor. Jose Lobaton has now hit safely in his last 5 starts.
Good swing. Every at-bat counts. You can't give them away just because you're down by a few runs.
Taylor, a deep drive, high in the air. See you later. Up beyond the red seats. And it's now 11-4. Boy, that was a no-doubter. And Michael A. Taylor makes it to double figures in home runs. And he's now driven in 45. Boy, he's racked Hudson. Last 2 swings, 2-run double, 2-run homer.
And 8 more runs and Tyler Moore gets his first career win.
He can help himself right here, by the way.
He can. He's a good hitting pitcher. And how about Michael Taylor? Short, compact swing, and that ball went a long way, folks. Over the red seats. You thought Castillo's went far. Michael Taylor's even further. Now, do you run him his jacket if he gets to first?
He would shush you away.
I'm saying, yeah. I mean, if you're going to pitch me, you got to bring out my jacket, go find it in the clubhouse. When I get to first, bring it out.
What a note to Tyler. 84 diving on the off speed. And that's chop foul over left field side. Tough night in the National League East for guys who wish they were closers. Slider away. Tyler Moore pulls it to short. Nick Ahmed throws him out, 2 down. This ball game right now is about 6 minutes short of a 4-hour affair. Johnny and Ray coming up with Nats Extra. We'll take you deep into the night with this one. And one more at bat for Yunel Escobar tonight. He's had 2 hits and a walk. Escobar goes up hacking.
That was not the inside-out swing.
Michael A. Taylor, home run.
What do you got?
I'll say 102. It may not be 100.
I'm going to say 95. It was high.
But tell Bob what he's won, John.
I think it's 4-4 now. What? You're making a nice
ahead like 3-2.
I was 4-1, and you've won 3 in a row. And then hit speed,
your memory and mine are in different directions right
it's
now.
On hit speed, it's just like wiffle ball. You make up the rules as you go along.
Evidently.
So it's all tied at 4.
He just hit one into the hedges.
And that's a homer on foul Wednesday night at 11 o'clock.
1 ball, 1 strike, and Escobar up the middle. Nick Ahmed over to get it. And at 11:02, this game is over, as the Nats get hammered by the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight, 11-4. So it'll be Joe Ross, the rookie,